I didn't even hit the button. I'm dumb. Okay, we're back, everybody.
And we're here with Arash,
We were talking for 2 minutes, and
Evolution
we thought, right,
Comics.
and we yeah, there you go. Evolution Comics Inc. The Rash. What's happening, bro?
Doing good, doing good. Staying afloat. Got everyone's getting sick, so everyone just heard right now that Mick Foley just got the COVID. So it's
What?
like, Mick Foley just posted today, and he's been sick for quite a while right now. Yeah, so hopefully, happy, healthy recovery for Mick Foley, Mr. Long Island himself.
Man, it's been a rough couple months.
Ah,
Yeah.
2021 is not to a great start. I mean, it is what it is. As we were talking backstage before you hit the live button and everything, yeah, the last time you saw me, I was live at a flea market. I did do at the point in time, it was the horror sideshow market, which was being held in Pennsylvania, which they ended up doing a few more shows after that, holding one in New Jersey. And then later this year, today, there was a New Jersey Toy slash Comic Con, like a 1 day, but it was from 8 o'clock in the morning to about 2 in the afternoon. I wasn't there because I chose to sleep in. Only because one, let's start the new year right with getting healthy and getting excited. And look, when you got puppies on the stream, it's all about the puppy time.
No, keep talking. He just always gets in the way.
What? Puffies?
Puppies! Did you not see the puppies?
Oh,
Oh,
puppies, not
oh.
puffies.
I was going to grab something for a minute.
Well, if you remember the last time I picked up someone's dog and had the dog in my hand while doing the live interview, so not that one. I just grabbed someone's dog that was at the table, that was at the booth,
Grabbed a
and
random dog.
grabbed a random dog. Yeah, it's
It was
all
awesome.
about the. It's all about the being spontaneous. Um, now, been pretty much on top of being busy was just doing a bunch of working on new art and just posting on evocomics.inc.com and just putting them up on T Public and all these other third party stores just for the fact that one, people are still buying merchandise. So if the art isn't selling, your art on T-shirts, masks, and let's just say jerseys like this, they're going, which is an amazing, amazing thing that like merchandise flowing. If your art isn't pushing, put your art on a shirt, just like you have like a pop shirt right there. Boom, that'll just fly off the shelf. And I've been lucky that during this pandemic, only one of my 25 new pieces have been getting more attention than anything else, and it's just a basic font saying "I'm essential." So, which I'm super excited
Did
about.
you trademark that?
Yeah,
Good job, dude.
I trademarked the font and everything for it, so I was very lucky to do. I got lucky that I have a lawyer that right before the pandemic, we had just that we had just trademarked a bunch of stuff. So yeah,
I used to have the trademark to the phrase "anybody but." Back
anyone
in
but.
anybody
Mm,
but. Because Tiger Woods was winning everything, and Jeff Gordon was winning everything, and it was like I was so sick of people that were winning
man, though,
everything. It was like anybody but that dude, right? Anybody but Tiger Woods.
yeah,
I don't care who won. Anybody but Tiger Woods. Somebody go win it, and it was the same with Jeff Gordon on the racetrack. I did not care. Anybody but Jeff Gordon go win a freaking race, right?
right,
The championship, whatever. It was like, and it was born out of my annoyance and people that were just dominant,
right.
you know.
But it is,
And the slogan was even cool. It was like because all of us were created equal.
yeah. But also, like, thanks to the pandemic, I got to restart something that I didn't think would be possible starting for 2021. And because we're on comic books and everyone's working on new projects, hopefully by the summer, two of our old titles will be coming back onto the shelves or in everyone's comic book hands soon. And that is a comic book title called Chronicles of Miri, which will finally have issue 3 up on its way. And hopefully, if things going well, a book that was supposed to be released about 3 years ago will finally see the light at the end of that rainbow, and that is a comic book called Conquistador. When things go more into check, I will definitely bring the writer in, and he will tell you more about that title as well too. And I did get to see an old friend when we worked on his first comic, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we got a third title, all for 2021.
Now, I want to give everybody a little bit of background in you too. You have a large background with like meeting people,
Right.
wrestling people. You know a lot of the people in WWE. You know a lot of people in the con scene in the New York area, right? You
Right.
know,
Just
you've been
just
around.
last week, if anyone does remember watching, I did interview the daughter of the British Bulldog. She was on my show called This Week in Toy Culture. Yes, you did ask a question during the show as well too. You were super excited. And I feel like we do something like something new and different because everyone does the same old interview, dad this, dad that, Hall of Fame this, Hall of Fame that. But guess what? Dad had a giant toy collection. The same thing like you see right there. Dad had action figures. And the most amazing story I got to hear was when not only was Dying My Kid on the shelf, not only was British Bulldog on the shelf, so was Smith, which is David Harry Smith Jr., which is the British Bulldog's other son, who was also part of WWE, all on the shelf at the Toys R Us in Times Square. Nothing is exciting as being on the shelf of Toys R Us. And that was I guess, a childhood experience that some people kind of miss out. Like, I live in New York, and when I walk by that Toys R Us in Times Square, it puts I get like a mini heart attack. I'm like, oh,
Every time, huh? Every time.
dude, you have no idea. Like, even when I go back to my parents' house and there is the Toys R Us in Carl Place, and you see that, and you go to Comac, what was the Toys R Us there is now a Target, and the old Target is now going to get turned into a Walmart. So there's all that nostalgia stuff going on, and I'm very happy to have two shows that talk about like current pop culture stuff to the nostalgia of toys and action figures. I mean, look, I'm surrounded by toys all the time, so.
So go ahead, give everybody the names of the shows you do, because you're on a few different shows.
Yes.
You're working when it comes to this right here. So
I may sooner or later just stop doing Comic Cons completely as an artist and a producer and a publisher, which I'll probably be doing stuff like this, being behind the scenes, being a producer and an editor, writer, starting in next 2 to 3 weeks, for a hip hop channel that's going to be happening very shortly. I was part of their PR press package, and still waiting on that first start date. Then on top of that, I produce and engineer a show on Wednesdays with Sammy Castillo, where we produce her art show and everything. So a lot of you guys are nice enough to watch that art show. And then, yeah,
Stop in and say hi.
right. I know a lot of people are not a big fan of my singing these days, so COVID's turned a weird eye for a lot of people. Then on Fridays, I do Leslie's show called The Tingling Tea, which is a paranormal show. You don't see me or hear me during that, but I'm definitely in the background engineering that show, making sure that that show goes to the correct audiences and its correct channel. Yeah, no, pay no attention. Then I also have my shows, which is tonight. Right after this will be This Week in Pop Culture. I will have a quick segment talking about Luke Harper, aka Brody Lee, which I had an experience with Brody Lee, who got me back into wrestling.
I just watched the
Yeah.
show last
Show
night.
the Wednesday.
I just watched it last night after I got off here. You
Yeah.
know, and it was like, man, I'm sitting there, and it was when Kid smacked MJF with the kendo stick, I was just like, dude.
Right. Nothing is as awesome to see a wrestling community get together. And I'm a fan, but I'm not that big of a fan, as a lot of people know. But as far as a show for tribute, you couldn't write a better script. And here's the beautiful part: AEW didn't write the script. Brody Lee Jr. wrote that script. Brody Lee Jr. put the matches together. Brody Lee Jr. put the finishes together. And at the end of the night, to have Tony Khan retire that TNT championship belt means a lot to that, when Brody Lee Jr. is now a lifetime TNT champion until he's of age to wrestle.
Yep.
Now, AEW, I'm a big wrestling fan, and some of the directions that they've gone to, I'm not a big fan of. But what they did on Wednesday is the direction they should be going to. I am not a fan of Tony at all. Get him off that microphone. Keep Jim Ross, keep the crew, take away everything that was WCW and go to another direction and fly. You can fly off that show.
Yes, you can. That was the best. That
Tribute.
was the best tribute show for a wrestler I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
Ever.
And I just watched it again one more time because I was lucky enough to have it on DVR.
I have it on the DVR. Yes, I do.
And also last night from about like 1 o'clock in the morning till about 4 in the morning. No, from 10 o'clock at night to about 4 o'clock in the morning, I was on Twitch creating WWE matches, playing WWE 2K20. And I like to thank the creator pro wrestling people that sit there and recreate some of the old school wrestlers. And I did have Luke Harper with Eric Rowan as the Bludgeon Brothers go for the Twitch Tag Team Championship, and then later Brody went as part of a heavyweight tournament to go for the Twitch Heavyweight Championship. Unfortunately, both of those created characters did not win. but it was kind of cool just to see it, and after watching Luke Harper go from NXT to being part of the Wyatt family, then being Intercontinental Champion for a short while, then going back to the Wyatt family due to like the rebuild of Bray Wyatt's character, which if no one remembers or figured it out, I'm so sorry. Then you watched him and Eric do Bludgeon Brothers. I mean, how did they screw this up? I have no idea. How WWE managed to mess that up. Hey, history is made in a way. He has a new home in the AEW, and in my opinion, they treated him and that family correct. So
it was amazing. Like I said, and, I don't think I've ever had a tribute to a wrestler that actually hit me like that. I mean, they do the 10 count, ding, 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 and then they all go about doing the show. This one, the show,
right,
was dedicated to do, not just the first 10 seconds.
Well, I remember watching Raw when Owen died. I remember watching the Raw when Eddie Guerrero died, and you couldn't get a more heartfelt situation because it's just so happening. The difference between what WWE back in the day to what AEW did last Wednesday was the fact that it was about that wrestler. WWE would only do 2 to 3 matches as a tribute. You had a whole show dedicated. When you have a whole entire show dedicated and you have the family there, it means a lot.
Yeah. It was great. It was great TV. And just like what, like I said, I don't know why I've turned into somebody who watches so many podcasts, but it could just be because they're in my group everywhere and I just click on it because I see something that I like, but I guarantee you every time I see you and Sammy on, it's like I'm clicking on that. I'm like, hi, Kermit. Let me see what Sammy's doing. Let me give Rash a little bit of a hard time because I like to give him a hard time about the way he pronounces people's names and stuff. And it's entertaining. I am
dyslexic, so I have no problem butchering someone's name. I always apologize for butchering someone's name first until someone corrects me, the same way how someone will constantly butcher my name. but I will say it phonetically how it's supposed to be pronounced. So then yet again, if I have to sit there, add the H between the A and the R, the first A and the R, for you to actually say it, or tell you have to roll your R into it, that becomes, and then you still continue to butcher it, that's your fault, not mine.
What's up, Quentin? How you doing? We got Jim
Um,
in the chat. We got Quentin in the chat. We got people speaking up. Hey, if you
yeah,
guys have questions
People are
for
popping in, man.
Rash, by all means, drop them.
Viewers showing up.
right. Yeah. Real quick and everything. I'll give some people a quick update on the status, which some people do, some people don't. Some people have the ins, some people don't. I have a lot of new ins of what's going to be happening for 2021. A lot of it is still bad news when it comes to the convention scene. And I hope everyone is okay with this, because I'm going to say this right now before more people come in and they start a temper tantrum or whatever. Anyone who's an artist, anyone who is a vendor, anyone who is looking forward to two of the shows happening this year, and I'm saying two major shows, you can count San Diego Comic Con and you can count New York Comic Con out for this year right now. Count it out. Count them out 100%. Only because, what's up, Phil?
The fall. What do you think about the fall? I was thinking maybe we might start to see more returns in the fall.
It is the most difficult thing to think of because number one, even if you're 100% open, it is down to the health regulations,
Right.
and whatever state that's happening in.
It's gonna be different.
And California, if you've ever been to California, spent any time in California, they are very strict when it comes to their own health codes.
Look
New
at
York,
all the closed down restaurants there.
right.
It's like,
The other thing is you can look at the state of New York. The state of New York is by far one of the worst right now, to where indoor dining is up to 25%. Now, just on Monday alone, I just heard from a few friends and some union workers. Anyone who's union, I'm sorry, I am going to bash you guys a little bit, but they are planning to open up Broadway. Their number one plan and hope is to open it 100%. If Broadway is not at 100%, they will not take 25%. They will not take 30. They won't even take 50% capacity. The union workers in New York City that work for Broadway want 100% capacity for their theaters. And that will be the most difficult thing to have, is to have 100% capacity at a theater. And when you see movie theaters cutting corners left and right, to have Broadway open at 100%, and they're hoping to do this by the end of March.
No.
I'm sorry,
Nah,
it's
that
very
ain't
difficult.
happening.
Yeah.
That ain't happening, man.
And everyone's looking at Broadway. A lot of New Yorkers are looking at Broadway to see how they would open. If Broadway opens by 50%, yeah, you'll see something happening. But the other problem is that the only way New York Comic Con would have happened this year is if their new wing was finished. And here's why I'm saying, if the new wing of New York Comic Con, the Jacob Javits Center, is finished by September, 100% finished, which I highly doubt it, then you might see New York Comic Con and it'll be a large stretch, meaning that they are able to have the same vendors and artists that they always had, but have them separated. But the other problem is going to be to have the 25% capacity for that building. When these conventions hold over 150 to 200,000 people, and you're going to look at close to 25,000, 30,000 people, it's going to be a very difficult times at these shows. Now, the other thing I can see is C2E2, which is also a Repop show that also owns New York Comic Con. I don't know about Emerald City, but I do see C2E2 being that first major show of the year. And granted, we're going to have to wait till December, but they have full rights to that building, to where they have their convention. Meaning that if they do hold a Comic Con, they can have the other wings, which will separate all these fans at these shows.
Yeah, December.
Can I say what I would do if I was like one of these big Comic Con?
Yeah,
Can
that's
I
the whole
tell you what I
point.
would do right now?
Yeah.
I would do a weekly.
Right.
I would bring some of my vendors here in this weekend, and some more of my vendors here the next weekend, and some more of my, and just do a smaller venue that doesn't cost as much, and keep everybody getting a table. It's still
Yeah.
San Diego Comic Con. It's still big name. It's
Just
just
spread
we're
over a
only going to
longer
have
time.
a couple of giant names and some of our normal vendors each week.
Yeah.
It'll be a
So
smaller thing, but run by the same people with the same marketing behind it and the same
right.
push.
So I'll give you three examples, and my three examples have to be sitting right behind. Much as I like to say it as three examples. So let's just say you do separate it in 3 days in a row, right? 3 different days, or one week after another,
I mean, like 14 weeks in a row, and you shrink it
right?
down to like your own. Everybody gets one weekend, right?
Right. Everyone gets one. Yeah,
Just
exactly.
lay it
Gets
down.
one weekend, and you're putting a rotation. So what if I don't want to be a time where Cara Dune is a guest, but instead you have Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man as your guest. So your problem is always going to be like, I want to be this weekend, or I want to be part of this weekend. You're going to start a bit of turmoil with a lot of your artists and your vendors.
Well, see, now the vendors,
So
though, and the artists have to realize that you're getting a spot. You're getting a spot you wouldn't get if we tried to do this all at once.
artists are always used to getting screwed, whether it is themselves or by the
Yeah.
vendor. Most of the time, they get screwed by themselves. That's a whole nother story. But at the end of the day, it's all about you being at a show. It doesn't matter who the
Right.
guest is.
That's what I'm
It
saying.
doesn't
That's what
matter
I'm,
who the guest is. But a lot of artists feel that they are entitled. Remember,
well,
we are the
and
backup band to
it,
headliner, and our
that was
headliners are the
fine.
actors.
I get that, but that was fine when there was big cons and they were the big draw.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a big con. You bring Cara Dune to a little con, she might not even do a little con. It's not going to be worth her time. You see what I'm saying? She might come do one weekend. You might get the whole a Star Wars themed weekend. You might do a WWA themed weekend where you get the Jonathan Crowthers and those guys that come and show off their stuff, and you get all the wrestlers to come. But you theme them weekends. How's that? Now you get people going to the genre they want to go to and doing the weekend they want to do. It's all about just thinking how do we beat this? How do we adapt to this, overcome it, and still get everybody out there for a table for the at least one,
How
you know.
How we adapted is this: before you list your celebrity guests, make sure artists and vendors are on your page. They're on your direction of where you feel like a show should be at. Then later down the line, if you have maybe three guests, don't go overboard. Get your three guests because it's easy enough to manage and maintain the crowds. Remember, where everyone's still, every state is under different health codes and different regulations, and work to the best of the knowledge that you already know. A lot of people are just hooplying. I hear everyone's shows, and I feel like I should just curse out all these shows because it is 100% BS that comes out of everyone's mouth, where no one sits there and thinks about the long run. A lot of these guys are the vendors. A lot of these guys are the artists. None of them are the main business people that own the building, who own a business. You want to learn anything from a business? Look at the toy stores that managed to get new locations. Look at the people that have opened up stores at malls. Look at the store owners that have now doing signing at their stores.
Because that's the only way some artists are getting any play.
And it's not artists, it's you getting a celebrity guest. I've only seen a few artists, someone can correct me on this one. I've only seen a few artists at local comic book stores and blame it on the comic book stores for clustering for stores where you can't go in unsafe environments. So
You've
those
seen,
stores are unsafe.
you've seen what they're doing down at the collective, right? When Danny gets all them guys, all the people down there, and they do a
Right.
signing. It's like everybody's got distance between their tables, but they've adapted the store to be able to put on a signing where they can get 10 artists in there at once.
Look, I was just at a Comic Con, like an in-store Comic Con, whatever, which half the store was empty, and literally every table was on top of the other one. There was no distancing. Problem number two, problem number two is you're not allowed to. So the second you put up saying priced events or whatever, you are 100% guaranteed to be shut down, depending on what state you're in. New York, New Jersey, you can't do ticketed events. I don't know how it is in Pennsylvania. I don't know how it is in the Ohio area. I don't know because I know my states more than anything else.
Right. Now it's down in Florida where Danny Morales it works for the collective, and they had Matt Knowles and Travis Gibb and everybody down there one weekend. It was they went live, they showed it. It was pretty awesome actually.
Florida's about to blow up. They have 6 shows listed. They have 6 shows. Let's get it right. They got 6 shows listed. All right. When you got 6 shows listed for Florida, look, the only thing I could tell you is follow me on this pop culture, and I will tell you what is really happening at these behind the scenes stuff, because not only am I getting it from the people that work within the comic book scene, I also hear it from the music industry. I also hear the voices of Broadway. And think about your shows, every single state that wants to go see Hamilton or wants to see Book of Mormon and all these other Broadway shows. Laugh at half of them because but without New York, without Will,
The Magic Rock.
right? When you're looking at your next show and everyone's looking at New York for the answer, and Broadway isn't 100% sure how they're going to open. Guess what? If Broadway in New York doesn't open, your theaters that hold Broadway shows will not open either.
And that's why
Keep that in mind.
by NSC Live TV, and we'll be expanding and making this bigger and getting it out there better and larger than ever before.
Buddy. Yeah, so I always look at and for anyone out there, don't panic. Don't panic that you're still stuck at home. Don't panic. I'll panic because of something else. Don't panic for other things. Look at the hindsight of it. If you haven't created a new hustle of how to get $1 from people, if you haven't sold a stamp to someone at the same, I forgot how much stamps are, 55, 85 cents, you haven't made $2 off that 85-cent stamp, then you should quit everything you're doing right now, whether you're an artist or you're a writer or you're anything in business. If you haven't figured out how to get $1 from a penny item, quit. Just quit now. Figure something new. There are tons of jobs out there that are looking for people who want that are looking for a 9 to 5, and it could be anything. That's the truth. Like, I don't know how to explain to people. I hear the rants, I hear the complaints, I hear the complaining. I've lost a lot of friends because I've told them the truth. I would rather be the truth teller of anything. And to be honest, when it comes to a lot of online stuff, you've seen a decline as well too, because your average viewer will get like 20 views and they end up shutting off because people are upset still. People are just crying.
Well, see, that just depends though on the format, because I mean, I look at some of what Kevin's got going on, where they have the live auctions on NSC Live TV. They're getting views. They're not they're not shutting down after.
Oh my God! I watched. I was fortunate enough to be someone's online auction, and I mean the best thing is when you can go out hunting for Pokemon cards and you see your Pokemon cards being part of that auction, or seeing your original comic books. When Chronicles of Miri, when it was signed by all of us, put for an auction and sold for $150, and that felt good for all of us here, because there is that light at the end of the tunnel for a lot of comic book creators. So push to new limits. Create something new. Don't regurgitate the same thing over again just because you saw someone else do it and you could do it better. And I get you, you're probably not. If you're thinking that doing this, you can do a better job than some of us, I can guarantee out of 100 people, only 10 of you know what you're doing. The rest, to be honest, you know what you're pops. You know what you're doing. You knew since day one. Will knew, Phil knew as well too. We knew since day one. The people that left it and complained are the ones that ran around saying I can do better, and are still crying in the corner, wishing they are.
Well, I
wishing they kept the receipt for all the gear they bought.
Right. Wishing they.
For me, it was
Those are on eBay. I've seen. Sorry to cut you off. I've seen some of the people that were part of the show before putting all of their equipment on the Facebook Marketplace just because it didn't work out for them. I've seen tablets. I've seen their marker collection. Phil, that was your time to chime in, bro. But that's enough.
We pay good money to watch you do the Carlton dance, okay?
Unusual to be loved by.
Hey,
Look, to be honest, everyone should look forward to what Disney and what Disney, DC, everyone, Marvel, all these movies and everything. Just be happy you're able to watch Wonder Woman from the comfort of your home. Just be happy and thankful that you are in good health. And look, man, follow Pops. Be part of the just be part of the conversation and follow us the best way we can, because some of us will take you to the right direction where you want to be and where you need to be.
there you go. I'll admit, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. Hash, it's always great. I want y'all to know Hash is also an admin in the madness. He doesn't say much, he doesn't do much, but he's one of us.
Well, we know he doesn't do much. We know him.
That a little bit. Hash, you'd show up more often, man.
Yeah.
I do, but then I hear the complaints of themselves, and then I just refuse to throw in my 2 cents, because it's like throwing steak to a barking dog, and after you gave them their juicy steak, they still are hungry for more. And remember, just like anything else, you can teach a man to fish, but if you're constantly getting a fish for them, they will be no better than anything else. All right. So, case in point, I've seen my old crew or whatever do the same exact thing. I help them fish, and guess what? They're still fishing. So
There you go. It's always good to talk to you, brother. I will check you out next time.
I'll catch up with you, man. We need to talk.
Keep
soon,
it up.
bud.
All right. Peace, bro.
I'll talk to you soon, Rash.
Take it easy, buddy.
And now it is the 6:30 time slot, and Doc was a little behind, so we got him now. We got Lenore. How y'all doing? Two.
We're doing good. How are you?
I'm great. Let me find this. Let me get rid of this banner and get a new banner up in here. Where do you got me a banner in here? Don't see it. Okay, have to make one. Send me a link. Send me a link, Doc.
All right, hang on.
Put it in the private chat so I can make a banner real quick. So, everybody, this is Doc Hogg. He has himself a show that he also does on YouTube. He has a comic book that the second issue is live right now. And the beautiful pink lady with him is awesome. And she's amazing art. And we're going to show some of it off. And Doc, go ahead and introduce yourself, bro.
Oh, I have to introduce myself?
Yeah, you probably should.
Okay, my name is Doc. Well, actually, my name is David Hogberg, but on Twitter and in the comic book world, I go by Doc Hogg. And yeah, I've been creating comics now for, well, really almost a year. And my first comic book was Tilt, and now Tilt issue 2 is out and funding. And basically, it's about a young woman whose dad is murdered by mobsters, and in the afterlife, her dad begs a spirit to give her a power that'll protect her, and the spirit gives her the ability to make the kings, queens, and jacks in a deck of cards come alive. And they will protect her, but for a price. And the price is that they have to she has to use that power to eliminate the mobsters who murdered her dad. And in issue 1, at the end of issue 1, she was just getting that going. In issue 2, it's kind of the big slaughter. And what else? Well, Jennifer, the main character, is somewhat reckless, somewhat impulsive, and those character flaws are going to have some severe consequences for her at the end of issue 2, which will lead into the final part of this story arc into issue 3. So right now, I did get funded in mid-December. Right now, I'm trying to get to 140 backers. You get to 140, and everyone gets 2 free posters, 2 free pinups. It's part of a stretch goal. So.
Yes, we love stretch goals.
Got a whole bunch of people popping in and say hi to you. You guys must have posted on Twitter that you were coming.
I may have mentioned it.
Passing.
Yes. There it is. Look at that. Yes, our audience, we're gonna have a good time right now. Matt, is that Dr. Pepper?
It is, and it's delicious.
Hi, Rob. I'm being visited. What do you want? What? Oh, he's the
Hello,
pitiful
Doc.
one that can't have the lady that's
Nice to meet
upstairs.
you, Lenore.
He's the pitiful one.
Aww.
That's so cute.
Lenore mentioned it right on. That's what self-promotion is so key.
I'm trying to get better about it. I'm pretty
Yeah.
bad at self-promotion.
It is so key. It makes it so easy for me. If you guys post something and I see it, then I share it.
Hell yeah, there you go.
You don't say nothing. How am I gonna know?
We have to help you to help us, right? Like you can't do all the work.
You got to put it where I can see it, man, and then I'll carry. I'll go. And if you're willing to come out here and talk to me, then we really get to do work. That's the way it works. Phil, have you met Doc? Do you know Doc?
I've met Doc. We've met
Okay.
before. Even though I think I might have been in the background doing some stuff the last time. But
All right.
Yeah.
Lenore, I haven't. So nice to meet you, Lenore.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
I dig that psychedelic background.
Yes, it's my vibe. I bring my aesthetic with me everywhere I go.
I try to match it a little bit in the background there, man. So
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it. The first time I had Doc out here, I didn't even know about Lenore. We talked about the whole thing, and he never even it's like I never knew I could get her to come out here too. He wasn't like, we can get her out here. And then last time I was like, wait a minute, I'm talking to her on Facebook. Yo, dude, you need to bring her too.
Oh, okay.
There we go. We got the flock. Y'all know who that is.
Scott.
Love it. Love it. We got people watching. We got viewers, y'all. So
Woo.
make it good. Doc, go ahead, man. Oh, you got it
The
ready?
spiel.
Yeah, I'm ready. No. Go ahead. That's fine.
The
Okay.
infinity
Here it is.
screen.
He shoots into a temporary paradox, but it's
Yeah,
fine.
the infinity hell. So
Phil, you got to turn your mic up, man.
I said we are hitting different dimensions here.
There you go. There you go. It's like if somebody else is talking, Phil, you're just like really low. You get drowned out. If anybody else is talking, we don't hear you.
I guess I should start by playing the video, right?
Yay! Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty, here we
you
go.
do that.
Everybody likes a good video.
Ooh, home movies.
It's that time again, my friends. Time to get tilted. The
Get
campaign for Tilt Part 2 is underway. Jennifer Poehler was in danger after mobsters murdered her dad. For her protection, spirits gave her the power to make the characters in an ordinary deck of playing cards come alive. Now she has to use that power to eliminate the mobsters who killed her dad. In issue 2, it is time for the mobsters to face the music. But what price will Jennifer pay? Will her recklessness catch up with her? Find out and back Tilt Part 2. Brought to you by the same team that brought you issue 1. Written by David Doc Hogg Hogberg. Illustrated by Marcos Lima. Colored by Lenore King. And lettered by D. Jason Meadows. Bringing you 32 pages of sexiness, surprises, and slaughter. Tilt Part 2, now on Indiegogo. It's superheroes meet the Sopranos, and this time, the Sopranos get whacked.
I love it. I freaking love it. Look. I sit here and I watch that video and I'm just like, man. Everybody, look at the entertainment value of that.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
I was waiting for the gladiator to come out and yell, "Were you not entertained?"
Right?
This is what I'm saying. It's like you get somebody's attention with stuff like that, with being willing to go out here and talk about your book, all that, Nope, not today. We're not talking no potatoes here. Nope.
Oh, that's a reference. I turned myself into a talking potato on one of my last streams.
Yes, I know. I know. The reason I'm behind on all my DVR stuff is because I found so many people that are more entertaining than my DVR stuff.
Yes, independent creators are far more entertaining. We're not void of creativity.
Some of the streams are just awesome. I ain't gonna lie. You watch Red Valkyrie, you just giggle your ass off. You know, different people are just hilarious. They're really good at putting their shows together. And it's like, yeah, I'm getting better because I'm watching everybody else and I'm seeing them and I'm learning how to do this. But like what Rash said earlier about me being on top right from the beginning, no, I didn't know crap. You know, in April when I did the first con, come on, Phil, tell him. This was my guest list.
Oh yeah,
for the first con I put together online. On a freaking paper plate, y'all. That was how organized that.
Paper plates, yes. Underutilized stationery.
It's been sitting here for 8 months since the first con. Okay?
It's priceless memorabilia now.
It reminds me.
Why isn't that framed yet?
Right?
Well, I use it to remind myself that I'm learning and I'm getting better at doing this, you know, and getting better at being organized. But I use that to remind myself. That's how I was in the beginning. It wasn't pretty writing down the guest list on a paper plate.
Are you all done with Grandma?
You know, Lenore.
Yes.
Do you like working for that guy?
I love working for him. He's amazing.
Or with him, not necessarily for him, or with him. I mean, I know Doc's great. I love talking to him, you know, and we always have much.
I got to take just a minute here. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we always have Munchkin alerts when Doc's here.
Woo, Munchkin alert! Munchkin alert!
Hey, I know. See, that's what I'm saying. I understand that because, you know, my grandkids pop in all the time, you know, and I understand there's times you got to go do something. Earlier, there was nobody here but me, and one of the grandkids came home, and, you know, I had to check out for a minute and go make sure she was settled and come back. You know, we all have the certain things in life that are going to interfere with our podcast and how we deal with it, you know. Doc does really good, you know. I mean, his kids are there and they need him, you know. So
or the howling chorus of dogs through the day,
right?
And
God, I thought you were about ready to sprout fangs and hair starts sprouting off your face, man.
I was not howling with them, but I was, you know, like
howling at them.
I was minding it. Just because it was like hilarious. If you could hear it, I might as well, you know, act like I was the one doing it. But no, I can't howl that good. They're really, really loud. And yeah, earlier when Kevin was just popping in to say hi, you know, I'm just gonna pop. Everybody uses the pop. I want a pops pop.
Right?
Okay.
That would be awesome.
If anybody is into making those pops, I want a pops pop.
Wants a Funko Pops pop.
There's a custom place that actually makes custom pops.
Oh, really?
But I think they're pretty damn expensive.
Yeah, I don't want to pay a whole bunch. I want somebody who's good at doing stuff to make me one.
You know who to get a hold of for that, dude.
No, that's what I mean. I don't like necessarily want somebody to go pay a company to do it, but it'd be really cool if somebody who the creative one, would make something.
God, what's his name? The Sculpty dude we've had on before.
Ooh.
Remember Sculpty guy makes all those cool sculptures?
Well, I mean, Jim O'Reilly does sculptures, and Edwin Artex Badillo, I think, does stuff like that.
No, the one guy.
That was
check your paper plate.
That was
check your paper
plate, man. Yeah, that's what.
Check your paper plate. You'll find them.
Phil, that was one of Pete's buddies. I don't even remember who it was.
Oh, okay.
Lucius or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say he could definitely pull one of those off for you.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Hopefully the Munchkin will be taken care of for the next minute and 40 seconds.
The timer
But,
starts now.
for everyone here, while I still got time, this is a stretch goal. If I get to 140 backers, everyone will get copies of these 2 pinups. These are all the queens and a bonus Jennifer, all drawn and colored by Lenore. And this is the virgin version of the standard cover for Tilt 2. You'll get this as well. This was drawn and colored by David Ocampo. And I should also let you know that I still have quite a few ways that if you want to get drawn into part 3 of Tilt, which will be launching sometime later this year, still have a couple of ways to do that. Three of them are still open. No one's chosen that yet. And the first one, you get to play cards with Jennifer, and you will get whacked later on. Another one is you'll be a thug. You'll give up some information to Jennifer, and then you'll get whacked. And the last one is be a mob hitman's friend or girlfriend. This one is ideal for a female fan. You'll give up information to Jennifer and you might just survive. And in all 3 of these, you will get both copies of the comic, physical copies, one with the standard cover, the other with the variant cover. You'll get the 2 pinups that are available, in addition to the ones that these are the 2 pinups that are for purchase, the Jiggities and the Jennifer with junk in the trunk, as I like to call it, and the special Tilt deck of cards. You'll get that as well. And the Tilt deck of cards come with custom jacks, custom queens, and custom kings as well. So all of that is available. And if you back one of the tiers where you get drawn into issue 3, you will get all those goodies. For anyone who did not get in on issue 1, there are 2 ways to buy issue 1. You just choose which tier you want, and then as an add-on, you can get the physical copy of issue 1, or for just a simple $1, you can get the PDF. And of course, the PDF of issue 2 is only $5. What else here? Oh yeah, these are some of the great things you're going to get in Tilt. Is this scene here? Just real quick, the story here is that Jennifer, to go after the mobsters, the head mobster, Johnny Ricca, is having a birthday party, and he's going to have a stripper jump out of a cake. And Jennifer, with the help of the queens, who are kind of like her spies, do reconnaissance, find out who is providing that party favor. And so Jennifer, with the help of the jacks, kidnaps her, ties her up, and then Jennifer inserts herself into the cake, then throws out the cards, and it's game on, which is represented here in the standard cover. However, we of course had to have a page where we reveal what happened to the stripper who was actually tied up, and it. The name of the stripper was Ellen Noir, and when I sent that script to Lenore, she didn't catch on, and even when this was inked, she didn't quite catch on. I think we actually I revealed it to you on Rosetta's show.
I found out in real time in front of people, and I was like, "Wait, are you really?"
and Lenore assures us that this is all anatomically correct. So
I am neither confirming nor denying such allegations.
Not publicly, but you did to me. So, so yeah.
Public.
So yeah, do back it. Help me get to 140 backers. I'm hoping to be shipping by the end of this month, but it may now be till February because someone still has a few pages left to color, but I won't say who.
It's me. I am owning it. We're a little behind. It's my fault. Everybody can be mad at me. Don't be mad at Doc. It's not him at all.
Yeah, but just about everything else, the pinups, the deck of cards, all that's just about ready to go to the printer as soon as I get my disbursement from Indiegogo. And I was actually supposed to get it last week, but they sent me an email. I didn't want to get it last week because I wanted to get it in the new year so that, I don't have to count that on my taxes for this year. And well, it turned out that when I entered in my basically it didn't go through last week. They said you got to give us your new bank information, and I was like, I gave them the right information. I went in there. No, I'd put in one wrong number. So now, oh yes, now the money won't be coming until sometime this week, and so it officially won't be arriving until January, and I don't have to put it on 2020 taxes, which is nice.
Yes.
I have all the expenses from 2020, but don't have all the technically don't have all the income. So, oh well.
Well, those pages would be colored if you didn't leave her tied up in a chair on the roof. So
exactly.
Excuses.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah, you could have colored it behind your back.
I want to give a shout out to Glenn Fleming. He missed this spot today due to a misunderstanding. I'm going to have him out on Monday Madness, maybe tomorrow night, and give him some time anyway. He has an awesome book about Jack Kirby and stuff.
Oh wow!
Wow. We're definitely going to get him his time. Sorry about that, Glenn. I didn't mean to, mix you up. It was, just as much my fault as it was yours. But we did talk about your book, Brian K. Morris and Christian Basil were kind enough to hang out, and we talked about the stuff on your Amazon page. And, we do what we can, man. We do what we can. Okay, you may continue.
Well, all right. Let me just. Oh. So anyways, we're having a quick little munchkin intermission here. He comes over and has me cut this little thing off here.
What's up, dude?
No.
Yeah, we like the munchkin.
Dad mode engaged.
All right. Oh, come back here. Okay. Let me see. Also, so the stripper is the owner and lead act at the club.
Oh, that was longer than a minute 40 seconds. I think that was closer to 5 minutes. Must be a new record.
Okay, we got questions.
You got questions?
You got questions right there on the screen. What's up?
All right. Hang on a second. What is the question?
It looks like it's Worsnifer asking if Ellen Noir's the stripper is the owner and lead act at the club. But I think what I saw was that she was hired to perform.
Yes. Yes.
To show up and do the whole thing. So she's her own separate independent contractor.
Yeah.
There you go.
As they all are.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't no regular. She's one of them ones you got the book.
Yeah.
Well, I'll check my calendar and see what I'm doing that weekend. Oh, I'm in LA. Sorry. I won't be there that weekend. So what else, man? I want to know if anybody's picked up the Get Whacked. Who's getting whacked?
No, nobody has picked those up. That was.
You got to talk about those. You got to talk about those.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let's play cards with Jennifer and get whacked. Okay. This is actually going to be kind of key because it involves when one of the characters, like the king or Jack, gets killed, they transform back into a card, but the card is broken, and she cannot then use it to bring the character to life. However, there is a way that she can restore the cards. That's gonna be brought up in issue 2, and then it's going to be related to playing cards. And so what Jennifer is doing here is that she's actually trying to. I'm not going to reveal it at this point, but she's trying to do something that will help restore the cards. So basically, you will be playing a hand of cards with her. Jennifer's going to win it. That's important. And then a little later on, your character will actually get whacked. It's not a super important role, but it's a somewhat important role. Then Pardon?
In the comic.
Yeah, you'll probably get your hand cut off before you get a sword in the eyeball.
Yay!
Come on, man. Who doesn't want to have a sword sticking out of their eyeball?
Who doesn't want to see their hand get cut off?
Well, I'd rather than.
Now, this one here is be a thug, give up info to Jennifer, and get whacked. Now, this is there's going to be a scene in here where one of the thugs tries to attack Jennifer, and you are not going to be that thug because I don't want to draw anyone in there, doing an attempted what. But you will be the thug egging on the other thug. So Jennifer will just be able to grab one of the cards, bring the Jack to life. He'll kill the thug who's attacking her, and then he'll kick this thug out of the bathroom. And this is right around in this scene is when this other thug here will get whacked, and then this thug will initially survive, and he'll give up some information to Jennifer, and Jennifer, he'll be like, please, can you forgive me? And Jennifer will be like, yeah, I will forgive you. And she'll turn and walk away and say, someday.
Well,
and that's when whack.
You don't have to give the whole page up, man. Just tell everybody, look, you can get whacked.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you about the scene you're going to be in. I'm not. Okay. Besides, I'm still leaving out details here. I'm still leaving out details. Okay. And then the final one is Jennifer is looking for Marco Tessio, who is one of the few thugs that survive, one of the few mobsters who survive issue 2. And she's trying to find out who it was that betrayed her dad. And she tracks down him. That's what this info here is for, to track him down. And they track him down, but one of the other characters kills him. But he's with either a friend. If you're male, you'll just be a friend. Female, you'll be the girlfriend. And the friend and girlfriend have just enough info on who that can help Jennifer find out who betrayed her dad. And Jennifer here will probably have mercy on you, but you'll probably still be a little bit worse for wear. So at any rate, like I said, you buy one of these, you will get all the goodies, the 2 physical copies, the digital copy, the deck of cards, and the two pinups.
Nice. So
buy one and get whacked for free.
There you go.
See, that's the kind of things that get people's attention. Original art giveaways, being drawn into a scene that, like that. Okay, I get to go out there and get whacked. I know I'm not going to be a recurring character. I'm going to go out there and get smoked. And you get to tell everybody, look, man, you want to see me get killed in the comic? Yes. How can you beat that?
Plus, you get to see Lenore up close and anatomically correct.
Look at her. She's like, oh my God.
What?
She's trying to hide behind the floating cotton candy around her.
Yes, that's what it's there for.
I think Doc hired her just so he could torment her the whole time.
That could be true.
It wasn't the only reason.
No,
it didn't hurt though.
Yeah.
No, it did not.
Let's see. We still don't got Tobias in the backstage. You want to show off your Jacks and your Kings?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
See that stuff? See that?
Yeah, this is going to be on the front side of the card. So instead of the regular Jack of Clubs that you get on a deck of cards, you'll have this Jack of Clubs. This will be the Jack of Diamonds, Jack of Hearts, Jack of Spades. And this here is going to be the Queens, Queen of Clubs, Queen of Diamonds, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Spades. And who was it that drew these queens?
I did.
Yes, you did.
Yay!
And then what on earth are you doing?
Whatever he wants.
Jeff Craven, who did the variant cover for issue 1, he did the Jacks this time. And then this here is the King of Clubs, King of Diamonds, King of Hearts, and King of Spades. These were drawn by Lakem Amir, who also did the Jiggities pinup.
He's good.
So if you buy the deck of cards, these will be on there.
Awesome. 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 All right. So we're putting together tonight's panel from between 9 and 10 o'clock. A few of our people from yesterday, Alan Johnson, William K. Holland, Vince White. We got a 9 to 10 o'clock window tonight where we're going to be able to just go open mic. I know Glenn said he was going to sleep, and I'll make sure Glenn gets time on Monday Madness. But any of you guys that missed out, man, more than welcome to come out. Don Chin from 9 and 10 o'clock. We'll just put together a panel. Anybody want to come out? Oscar, I know you wanted to come out again. If you want to come out again, Kevin, if you want to tell any of these people, if you got a moment and you're paying attention, Phil, if you want to send messages out to any of the people that missed out yesterday, like Alan Johnson.
I can do that.
Now
what is it? We want to just touch a little bit on what they're doing and then going into like regular panel and talking about some of the processes.
Yeah, we'll just, basically give them all a chance to talk about what they're doing, 10 minutes each or whatever, and just keep them all out here together. Why try to juggle people when we can just do something cool for everybody? Tobias, where are you?
Just freeform it.
There he is. Doc Lenore, I don't know if you know Dr. Chopper.
Hey, can you hear me? I'm trying a newfangled contraption.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Dr. Chopper over there. I want to pull him up close so you can see.
Doc Chop.
Oh, I want to say preserves comics.
Wow.
It depends.
That's quite a backdrop.
Thank you. I just built it.
I like to make sure everybody gets to meet each other, and expand the fan base and whatnot. But if you ever get a couple of your books that come damaged from the printer or whatever, send them to Dude. He will make you the most awesome. What do we call them? Kaleidoscopes, or I forget what you call them.
3D comic kaleidoscopes, and it's nice because I use both the interior as well as the cover for some of these bigger pieces, as you can see. And I love working with indie titles because this is a great way to kind of bring, when we're all going to cons again, this is a great way to bring your book to a con and let people see it.
Yeah,
well, it didn't work that well. Your mic's in the way.
That looks so awesome.
You got a different setting behind you this time, man.
Yeah. I do. I just built this, actually.
Nice.
I just moved. That's why I haven't been with you guys for a couple of CRoM Cons. We had to move, and I've now built my own studio because I guess this is kind of a little bit more than just a hobby at this point.
Well, good, man. That's cool.
So Doc Lenore, you can check out. It's Tobias Codakhrome. You can check him out in the Madness. You can find him there. Definitely send him a couple of your books and let him build you something that will preserve it forever.
For sure.
They look awesome. I'm scary about comics in general, condition, touch, all that. But I do have a box of stuff that I have extras of where I have a plan for Tobias, but I don't know if he's going to be ready for it.
Uh-oh. How is it, a billboard? What am I doing?
Sounds exciting.
No, but it will. I'm going to say that out of everything I've seen of yours, it will be something you haven't done yet.
Sweet. I'd love to. So, but I really enjoyed listening about, I was listening about Lenore's book and the book that they did, and I think I'd love to work with you on that, do something for you.
Cool.
Fun.
All right. Peace, Doc.
Thank you.
You're always welcome to come out to Monday Madness. And Lenore, as always, thank you so much. The pink lady has arrived. Yes, it was good seeing you guys.
Yes,
Same here. Thanks for having us.
Enjoy the rest of the con.
Nice to meet you, Lenore.
Say again, Phil.
I said, cool seeing you again, Doc. Nice to meet you, Lenore.
Yes, nice to meet you as well. Have a good one.
You also.
Peace.
I love these gifts that randomly pop up.
Yeah, we gave Phil the keys, and he's just having way too much fun back there.
Yeah,
the link to
he
Tilt.
gets bored easily.
The link to Tilt is right there on the ticker. But let me see if I can drop that in the. See if I can drop
That's
that
a
in the
gift of me
comments.
chopping there, Phil.
What's that?
That monkey is a gift of me chopping.
Oh, okay. I thought it was me here behind the scenes pulling levers. You let
There you go.
Phil drive the boat.
There you go, JC. There's the link. If you want to just click straight on it. We also had Jeremy from Caldwell Images checking in.
Hey, Jeremy.
Nice.
Doctor, get to the chopper. I don't know who that was that said that, but I'm totally down with it.
Get to the chopper.
Now get to the chopper.
He's not a doomer.
I'm telling you. How you guys doing? Happy 2021.
You too, man.
I don't believe. I think we kind of limped across the finish line for 2020.
Actually, you know, it's like I got to do a year-end show. You know, say goodbye to 2020.
Yeah.
And that was all they needed. I was completely satisfied with it. Woke up yesterday morning and the power went out.
Yeah. And
This was me in 2020.
Yeah, seriously.
It was like, seriously, we're just gonna keep right on rolling like this, or what? You know?
No, I'm running from 2020.
I'll tell you, I thank you. I thank you very much for doing these CRoM Cons, because at least it gave us some sense of a comic book convention that we had to work with for over this past year. I know it's a hard thing to put these things on and to basically try and wrangle cats every weekend you do it, but I thank you for doing it and putting these together.
It's actually, I mean, it's not bad. You know, I mean, there's times when somebody can't make it or whatever, and we have to scramble, but as long as we're having fun.
Oh, sure, yeah, it's not bad. It's like, Phil, do that. Phil. Hey, Phil.
Yeah,
Phil, Will. Hey, Will. Phil.
You know,
Hey, Will.
we sit here and we crap on each other for a few minutes till we can get somebody else in here to talk about. You know?
Exactly. Well,
There's only one scramble so far this weekend, so.
Who?
Well, that's good.
Yesterday, when we had like 3 people in a row that forgot to show up.
Oh. Well, see, now look, I told it. I just said Alan Johnson, Vince White, William K. Holland. If you're watching, if somebody who knows you is watching, we got a little window tonight. We can get you out here, get you 10, 15 minutes. But we can only do it if you show up, brothers. There you go.
Well, I got turned down. Half the people were going to be guests today, and the other half that got back to me yesterday were busy and couldn't, but they told me to hit them up for next month.
Well, it's kind of funny because I think of the John Lennon quote: "Life is what happens when you're busy making other plans."
Yeah.
But that when I sign up for something, I let my yes be yes and my no be no. And I think I was one of the first people to jump in on feet first on this one with you. When
you have been around for quite a while, brother. I remember. Okay, look, I met Tobias in the last group we were in together. Okay, the Make Comic Book Collecting Fun Again Facebook group, and saw his stuff there. And of course, when I started this group, the madness, and dude, come on over, man, show your stuff off. And you know, he has another group called, what is it? Why the hell did I get booted?
Oh, why am I not in that group?
Do you not? Are you there, Tobias? Did you freeze on us, bro? I think he froze. He's not holding his hand like that on purpose.
I thought he was smoking a cigar and just holding it up.
I think he froze. He'll be back. Don't worry about it.
Come on, get back to the chopper.
There we go. What's up, brother?
Kevin, scramble is when the best rise to the challenge.
That's right. And so we got a moment here, and because something just found its way into my inbox, I'm going to tell y'all a little story about a book that is live right now on Indiegogo. News flash for you: the listener has just gone live on Indiegogo. We are a big fan of what they're doing over there. Big fan of the listener.
Awesome, Scott. Awesome.
Yeah, I got the link for you. Let me make a banner out of that. Yeah.
And here was another good report too. Naked Cannibal Campers at like 59% funded. The last
That's
I
what you
heard.
said this morning. It should be up higher than that by now.
I don't know. It might be higher. I got to check. But yes, it's rolling along.
It'll probably be close to funded by tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, he had like, it was already at 25% within the first hour during the launch last night.
Yep, and we will make
I tried to do it, and for some reason it said, your credit card is not valid. I go, you mean the one I just used to buy 3 other things?
Okay, it's way more than that. He only has about $400 to go, so it's like almost 75% funded somewhere in that area.
And the listener right here just launched.
And the listener getting ready,
Awesome book. But I had told him that his book was one of the most beautifully painted books since Now Comics was around.
Dude, that book is amazing.
Stuff is some nice stuff he has, man.
It is an amazing book. So,
welcome back. Sorry about that.
Stuff. Dr. Choppa is back.
I guess my internet connection got chopped.
Yeah, that's, like I said, it's just 2020 is just not wanting to let go, man.
I noticed that COVID, because COVID has become an excuse. Hey, you know what? I didn't do blah, blah, blah. Well, because of COVID. Oh, okay.
I know the reason. I know what happened.
Yep, exactly.
So if you see down below us, you got the CRoM.com. That's where you check out what this man is doing. Well, what this man is doing is really excellent. I want to give you some full screen so you can like really get some of these up here and show them off.
Yeah.
The internet connection goes out again.
So I got some new stuff here. I got an old Supergirl with Zatanna.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful.
That one's, which it's interesting because this run, actually the 70s Supergirl run, I found out only had about like 15 or 18 issues in general. So, but it's kind of interesting. They're fighting over the same man in that one. And then, of course, this Thor here, this is where Thor gets Stormbreaker. Beta Ray Bill, of course.
Yes.
And but you got this is what I call my legacy. So you got the full issue in there in 2mm Mylar, and then you have I used a reprint, a True Believer reprint for the collage. So that's especially since the movies, that's kind of become a collectible one. And then this was somebody said, I'd really love for you to do something with some wild colors. So I don't know about you, but Doctor Strange always have a crazy color palette. So
delivers. You got to have color in them spells, man. You got to.
Exactly. So I was having some fun with that. When my camera's wigging out, it's not really showing the color. But then, I love these. These are my Mighty Minis. Here's one I just did. And it's just Spider-Man kind of in anguish, just sitting on a rooftop. I mean, that was a scene from a Spectacular Spider-Man, but it's just like one of those things where, like, you know, it just spoke to me for 2020. It's just like sometimes you just can't win.
Yeah.
This one here.
Awesome.
Gotta get my camera directions down. Spidey's sitting there and he's saying, you know, boy, I need to speak to some fun people. And then police freeze. He goes, oh, there's some happy people that'll love it. Love that. This one's pretty cool. So this is an IDW ROM, and this is a variant cover done by Rob Liefeld.
Nice.
Yeah.
Rob Liefeld.
A Rob Liefeld ROM, and of course, for those that are true ROM fans, know that ROM actually doesn't have fingers, but Rob, of course, drew them with fingers. So
is that for sale or was that done for somebody?
This is for sale.
You hear that, Rob?
This is for sale.
And even drew
There you
hands
go.
and feet.
So
Yeah, I couldn't tell that was Lee Field work because I didn't see like a million like bandana belts around him with pouches.
Yeah.
no pouches. I was like ROM without pouches. And then here's another one. This is a new size I just started working with. This 9x9 size.
Oh, that is cool.
And so I call these the
That's
these the 3D cover
So-
cubes.
This is
I
what
like
you do with your water damaged comics, the ones that are just messed up on the bottom. You send them to Tobias, and he will fix that up and send it back to you looking sweet.
Exactly. I had somebody who actually met the an artist, and the artist signed his comic. The first appearance of Gambit and X-Men. It was Chris
Right.
Claremont, and Chris Claremont signed it in a paint pen. And as he was signing it, he was a lefty, I think, and he smudged the hell out of it.
Yep.
And so he was like, and so he gave it to me, and I actually created a piece with that cover, that classic first Gambit cover for him. So he's like, and it's signed. Well, he says, at least I know it's signed. Everybody else looks like a smudge, but
And see, I would have got a certificate of authenticity from him right there, proving that he signed it. I would have took a picture of him, and I would have dubbed that comic The Smudge, and I'd have made money off that.
it's crazy. And then this is a style I do. I call this the Codakhrome kaleidoscope. I take multiple covers, and I kind of make one kind of piece with multiple covers.
Like my Avengers shirt.
That's where I got the idea from. And I actually, believe it or not, Pops, I have every cover that is on that shirt, and I will be making a piece that mimics that shirt.
Dude, that'd be
And
awesome.
Ace should be watching this because Ace loves Doc Hawk.
Yes.
Yes. That Darkhawk definitely has his following.
Yes.
But yeah, in fact, here, these just came in the mail. These are 3 of
There
the
you
covers
go.
that are on that shirt.
There you go. Awesome.
So, and then it's kind of interesting. I mean, because it's like, you know, I like, you know, when you're kind of like going to bed, most people kind of like play games or whatever on their phone with Facebook. I go on eBay because at that point, there's really the stuff that's on there. It goes like this. I got this Hulk 200 for 50 cents.
Oh my God.
Oh.
So I'm gonna have to do something with that. I ended up getting this Wonder Woman from 1960. That one's gonna be a collage pretty soon because may not be able to see it, but it's pretty beat. It got read a lot. And then this fellow had these comic exposure variant covers up for 99 cents a piece. So those will make really fun pieces as well. So it's like I always try to kind of, you know, I look around and find things, what I can find, and put it together. And then, of course, everybody always, you know, Pops, as you're saying, you got a pile, like somebody brought me a pile of coverless books.
Yep.
You know?
Have
So
you
it's
done,
like,
have you done any hollow foil covers, like work on anything yet like that?
yeah. Oh, they're a pain in the ass.
Are they? It seems like that'd be pretty cool too.
They are. I actually, one of the ones I got in it's so funny. Every time I talk to you, I always say, I have all these books I want to do. And then by the time I talk to you again, it's like, it's all been put on the back burner because I've been doing commissions and stuff. But I have a ASM 300. They just reprinted it as the 3D version with the glasses.
Oh yeah.
And so I actually bought one of those issues, and I'm going to make it with the 3D. So with the 3D glasses, so it'll be 3D.
Oh, that would be cool.
There you go.
All right, I will definitely email you, Kevin.
Kevin is our guy. NSC Live TV. He's the one that's expanding CRoM Con and making it happen. Oh, geez, look, he's even got books to choose from. Probably.
This is mine. I've been looking for this one for a while because I like covers with sharks. I'm a Jaws fan, you know, so I finally found that. That one's gonna be on Dr. Chopper's wall.
Nice. Nice. Yeah,
Is that a sunspot up above?
What's that?
Up on your top shelf? Is that sunspot?
No, that's actually, I just made this one this week. This is Black Panther.
Oh. Ooh, Darian, are you watching, brother? Oh, baby, that's sweet.
So it's kind of interesting because I found kind of like the Silver Surfer piece I did. The cover's really cool, but like the story, if you're a Surfer fan, most of them will tell you that run was kind of lame. So it's like, I've had people say, "Oh, it's a great cover," but it reminds me of that lame run. And I'm like, well, it's a cool cover, man. It's cool art.
That's why you take that cover and you put it in a box that you're never going to have to worry about reading that book.
Exactly.
It's still great art, right? It's still your guy.
Exactly.
Why would you let that get in between?
I love this too.
Here you go. Kevin said, "I can send you extras for the Ghost Rider. Plus, you get books that you're hunting as well." Wakanda forever. Yes.
Wakanda forever. That's right.
Yes.
But yeah. So it's. I'll tell you, it's been a good holiday. I sent out a lot of presents. I only had one that was received damage. And but there have been a few people that didn't get to open them under the tree, but they've gotten to open them after.
Right.
But it was it was definitely a harder year that way for these. But I got a lot of smiling faces, and it's just really it's such a blessing when they get them, and it just really. I love when people send me pictures of them on their walls and stuff to just see where they're living. To me, that's just like the ultimate awesomeness that somebody is giving me that little space of something I did has that little space in their lives,
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So
every time I look at some of your work, I'm like, these are amazing. And also me, a little bit of cringing just because you dissected a comic book.
Yes. That's my only problem. It's like, man,
I'm like, that's beautiful. I'm like,
but you know what, Will? You know what, Will? A lot of these comics I'm finding are books that are in the island of like the island of misfit toys.
mm-hmm.
They're in the back corner of a shop that's filled with long boxes that this comic may have never seen the light of day again. It may have succumbed to mold, and now here it is going to be living a new life on somebody's wall,
Yeah.
Nice.
And I also do, as like the Thor, I also do the legacy pieces. So, I mean, I'm not going to take a Hulk 181 and split it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But you got reprints of that now you can mess with, so,
Tons. I mean, it's like the True Believers, DC is doing the dollar comics. There's been so much that's on the market now that I'm able to do, and they just did the Avengers 196 with Taskmaster on the cover. That's a hot book. A lot of people are Taskmaster fans. It's like the Beta Ray Bill, Thor 337. I bought a few of those because I know that there's people that are going to send those to me and ask me to do them for them. So, but yeah, there's been books that, believe me, I look at a Batman New 52 variant and original cover, which I've seen at cons for $50 to $100. Somebody sent me both of them and wanted me to do a double piece with both of them, and I sliced them up. And I kind of was like, I cringed myself, Will, kind of doing it.
I know you did the first time you did one of these. I know you cringed.
Well, my first piece was a Marvel team-up with Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, number 50. And it was the first time I ever tried it. It definitely doesn't look like what my work looks like now. I mean, I've seen where I've come from as an artist. But it was so gone that it was kind of like I felt like I was kind of doing it a service, putting it out of its misery.
Look. Previews has a lot of comic images that you could use, and after the order is placed, it is mostly thrown away.
Yep. I mean, but the other thing is I don't really have any here with me, but like trade ads in these books, like in these old books, like when I go through these old books, I sit there and you look for old cool trade ads, like
Right.
like something
Oh
like
yeah.
this trade ad, you know what I mean? It's like, this is a slice of time. This is a slice of DC Comics and,
Every
in that
time
time.
I look at the old book, man, the old Hostess ads, the Army guys that you think are really Army guys, so you get them in their flat plastic with a flat plastic stand.
Exactly. Like these are two that I make all the time, and there's always somebody who likes them. You got the Superman versus Flash on top.
Yeah.
And then, do you remember the New York Cosmos and Pelé? That was a slice of the 70s, but you know what I mean? It's like 70 soccer fans, they go nuts for that. But like, look, this book is I didn't do that. It wasn't me.
And that's the soldiers I was talking about. Those soldiers right there.
Yep. Yeah,
That's
the soldiers, exactly.
You get a little cardboard box and they're all flat. They don't have any like 3D to them. They're 2D soldiers on a flat,
I know. I bought them.
This is right out.
You're so disappointed. It's like, I can't play with those.
I played with them anyhow.
The DC TV lineup: ISIS, Shazam. I mean, welcome back, Carter, Super Friends. That's just that's
Everybody.
fun stuff that usually just would get tossed to the wayside.
Everybody, check out Dr. Chopper's CodaChromeComicShop.com.
And I do commissions. I do, you can send me books. I had somebody sent me Ghost. Somebody sent me a Ghost to do, a Terry Dodson cover.
This was, I opened up the action figure, the old action figure of Ghost. And it's a limited edition book in the back with an Adam Hughes cover. And on the back is a photo that was redone by Dave Stewart, which just looks gorgeous.
Yeah.
The interior's meh, but when I opened it up, the book is all mangled like that in the corner, and right here where my finger is, there's like a little tear in the cover.
Yep. But that's a perfect candidate.
Yep.
And now you got something beautiful on your wall or your desk that you can look at and share your love of comics with.
I'm gonna say it again. 30 minutes ain't long enough.
Nope.
Goodbye.
We're gonna do this again, Pops? You're gonna do another round?
We'll get you out here again, brother. You count on that. And Will probably put you on his show. Anywhere you want to go out, anytime you just feel like you want to go out and show it off, just get with one of us. We'll put you out there.
Send me your friend request, and I'm in the madness all the time. Just hit me up, and I'm always looking for guests for my show.
Perfect. And Pops, thank you so much for letting me post my work in the madness, man. I really appreciate it. Especially this year when I haven't had my full-time job because of COVID. It's been a huge help to get
everybody
the work out there.
digs seeing what you got going on, dude. I love that stuff, man. It's cool. Every time you come on and show some new stuff, I'm so digging it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Phil. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Pops.
Thanks,
you guys
man.
have an awesome night.
All right, peace.
You too, man.
All right.
And I want to throw a little commercial up here real quick, just because I'm supposed to do. Hey everybody, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors and helpers this time around. We got NSCLiveTV.com, the Cheers to Comics podcast, Earth Station 1 podcast, the Shop Top podcast, the Creators Outlet podcast, Evolution Comics Facebook page, IndieVolt Radio, IndieVolt.com, the radio station, the YouTube channel, BuyMeToys.com. Love you all. Thanks so much. Peace. And there you have it. In the background right now. Oh, I brought him in. I didn't even think about it. How you doing, Jay?
Hey guys. How are we all doing here?
Hey.
On day 3 of this crazy thing you got going on, huh?
Man. It's like now it's starting to get close to where it's over, and I'm thinking, I'll be going and back and watching segments, and trying to figure out where.
It's not over yet. You got the final boss right here.
Oh well, no, I mean we still got the evening. I'm starting to think about what I'm going to be trying to improve next time. The wheels are already turning. That's what I'm saying. The closer we get to the end, the more I'm thinking about next time.
Next time, yeah.
So EdenParkTales.com, Jay Mooers, go ahead, introduce yourself, tell everybody how you got involved in comics, and then we'll go on to your project.
Okay, well, my name's Jay Mooers, everybody. I've been in comics for about 10 years now. I've been a cover artist. I've done portraits, murals, all that kind of stuff for like ever, and then I just started dabbling in a project of my own where I started getting lost in the novel. It was getting too long for me to keep track of what I had written and what I had thought about writing, so I decided to break it down into separate issues, which then turned into comics, and that's kind of how I fell into this crazy world that you're all part of.
Well, welcome to the madness, my friend.
Well, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty much how we do it around here. We just go for it. I really wish I had like a good, huge background in podcasting or in promoting and organizing, but I really don't. So everybody can see the rookie that comes out every now and then. And all I can say is I get better. I learn, I meet more people, and that's all I care about. I get to meet more people and have more fun, and at the same time, get everybody exposure. So we got Edwin back in the chat again. He's checking it out. Let's see. I can go ahead and do that because I don't know what Phil's doing over there. He's just playing.
He's very mysterious.
What are you talking about?
So this is Eden Park Tales.
Yep. Now, Eden Park Tales is essentially, it's my own personal comic book company. Comics, novels. So it's basically my own little publishing house.
And I see you got old comics for free. Let's see, what do we got here? Greetings, druids, monsters, fate, park rangers, and readers of Eden Park. Autumn Gray number 8.
Autumn Gray is my flagship comic. Okay. It's about a fictional park in New Hampshire where fairies and monsters have gone to hide, and they're basically being hunted down.
All right, so this is your active. This is your active kick, or your active in demand right now. In demand on Indiegogo.
Yeah, we already had the campaign earlier this year, which
okay.
Successfully funded, yay! But people can still order the books through it.
Okay, so how did you do on your campaign?
I did well. I made
not money. How many backers?
22.
Yeah, this is okay. 22 backers, $692, and now we have a place where you get to promote this on a regular basis, and we're going to try and get you way more exposure, bro.
Oh my goodness! And that kind of exposure. Okay, yeah. I thought I was going to have to strip or something.
No, I see 22 backers, and I'm glad funded, but I want to see 122 backers.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
For anybody that's in the madness, we should be able to pull 100 backers. So, I want to see some in-demand action on this one next time I look at it for sure.
I'll definitely have to send you guys some links so you guys can check out the comic too.
Yes. Do you want me to play that there?
I can. It was like just a little video file, but go for it.
All right. Okay, I can wait. All right.
Ooh.
Now I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna do what I do just because I can. Just because I can. Everybody in the madness, take a look at this.
Check it out.
Right now. Because that's what I do. You know.
So it's actually part 8 of a 10 issue story. My goal this year is to finish 9 and 10 and then have the big old finished book.
Ooh, I like the map cover. What's up with that? Rusty Gilligan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, these
guys might
guys
know
are
who he
friends.
is.
We just
He
talked
didn't say
to
nothing about
Rusty.
that today, did he?
No.
I'll have to have a word with him then.
Well, you talked.
Yeah, you guys are all supposed to talk about each other if you know you're in the con. That's
Oh yeah.
It was my fault. I was distracting him talking about voice acting in heavy metal.
Oh
So
boy.
it's all my fault.
Honestly, with Rusty, you can get on any topic and it's a
Right.
distraction for him.
I'm pretty sure he's had his hands in so many different types of, like he was talking about genres everywhere. You know,
Yep.
it's like he's in everything.
Yep.
So, but this is you.
This is
Your
me.
name is Jay Moores, and you're an artist and a writer.
I am.
Yeah, I'm reading. Autumn Gray
And
is a
I've
personal
interviewed
project.
Jay before.
All right, here we
Yep.
go. Autumn Gray is a personal project that began 10 years ago. Autumn Gray #1 was his first comic ever. Since then, he's done many indie comics with various writers and artists, and he also has done work for companies like Dynamite Entertainment, Living Dead Press, Bellinger Books, and Five-Inity, whatever that is. All right. This is his personal journey as a comic writer and artist, and he's grown over the years and changed along with his life in the comic industry. Right now, it's #8.
Number 8.
Do you want to give us a little backstory
Sure.
on the characters so that we know how we got to #8?
Well, the main character she's called Autumn Gray. Her name's actually Kara Gray. And she grew up in this town where these fairies and monsters hide. And she had an imaginary friend growing up, which was actually a fairy folk. And since essentially the fairies are not allowed to exist here anymore, and they're hunted down by their own kind for being here. Basically, a creature is sent to eliminate the fairy folk and decides to use her and her connection to the fairy world in order to eliminate them all.
Okay. Okay. Eliminate them all. That sounds like genocide, but okay.
It basically is. It basically is.
What's up with this here sword? What's up with this?
That's the it's actually a fairy sword. It's one of the few things that will actually hurt a fairy. It was stolen from one fairy and given to Kara to use hunting down her friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you done all the work on this?
Yes. Yeah. This is a complete solo project.
All right. That looks pretty amazing, man. I like this.
Well, thank you. And that there's the image of Kara, and the one manipulating her is right behind her there.
I mean, you can see the difference between real world and shadow world, or however you want to explain that. It's like I can see it in all the art. I like it.
Well, thank you. Like I said, I should have sent you links to check out the comic ahead of time.
Well, I don't do reviews. But yeah, I'll read it. And I'll tell, and I'll talk about it and I'll show it off to everybody. But I really have tried my best to avoid having.
It can be daunting to become a review person.
Well, I mean, I don't want people buying a book or not buying a book because of my opinion.
I totally understand. Yeah.
I'm just an old comic guy, I mean, and yeah, some genres I like better than others. So I wouldn't want to get in a position where I was like reviewing a book that is a genre that I don't really care about.
Right.
Because it'd be hard. It would be hard for me to say, "Oh, this is awesome," because the whole genre is to me. Opinions are. You know what the saying is.
I do.
I
you don't want to get flickered.
I don't mind encouraging people to buy something, but I will never encourage people not to.
Right.
So I don't want to get into that.
Involved in that kind of a system.
Yeah. Not buying your work because of some stupid thing I said offhand or whatever, like maybe I was having a bad day. And, no, I don't want to do that.
You're just mad because your favorite character just got killed. Who knows?
There you go. There you go.
Thanks, Jeff.
If y'all know Jeff, Jeff will be on the after-hour show, Just in the Madness, later on tonight, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I did a cover for Jeff for his comic series.
You did?
I did.
Oh, I'm gonna make him show it off tonight. You hear me? You're hearing me, Jeff? I'm gonna make him show. I'm gonna make you show that off.
I have it probably about 10 feet away from me right now on a shelf somewhere. But
nice.
Yeah, I did the cover for his 3rd issue.
So let me see. What else do we got here? We see Rusty. We find about Jeff. Who else we gonna find down here in this thing? That's what I want to know. Who else? Anybody
on this particular project?
No, on any of them. Who other madness people am I going to encounter looking through your stuff?
Oh, I haven't even looked at your whole roster. There's
probably
some others creeping around in there.
The madness has everybody.
We're all mad here.
The madness has definitely grown, and there are, so many awesome creatives in this group. It's crazy. Crazy. And it gets bigger all the time. Will, what do you got? You got any questions for Jay here?
Well, Jay and I know each other.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
I
didn't know that either.
You already have some background.
Yeah.
Oh, where'd he go?
I thought Will just left.
Oh,
yeah, Pops kicked me out because he's like, "Oh, you didn't tell me this." I'm like, "Oh, yeah."
It's like, come on! If I'd have known that, I could have just let you run the interview. You already know him. You know the right stuff to ask, and I could have just not been acting an idiot.
I actually interviewed Jay and Rusty Gilligan together.
Here, let me and Bill just get out the way.
Why don't you guys get out the way?
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah, it's old home week over here.
That's right. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work with Rusty lately. He and I have been teaming up on a lot of projects. I'll do the pencils, he'll do the inks, and then I'll do the colors. We've actually been designing some hot sauce labels together and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, I saw the hot sauce thing. I'm like, ooh, I want some hot sauce. I need something to put on my eggs in the morning.
Ask Chuck. Chuck knows all about hot sauce and comics, man.
It's a good combination.
Yeah, So, the last time I talked to you, it was about the you and Rusty were two of over 100 artists that Dynamite tapped to do their Vampirella card set.
Yep.
And I know you guys have done a lot of work since, and you've been busy on your solo project.
Yep. Well, see, this year without the Comic Cons eating up my weekends, I was like, oh, what am I going to end up doing? I just got 10 times more work, so I'm drawing every weekend instead.
It all worked out.
It did, yeah. Yep. I've been, like I mentioned, I've been doing a ton of hot sauce labels this year. I got Autumn Gray 8 out, a couple children's books. So.
Oh, tell us about the children's books.
Well, actually, I have a copy of one here. It's essentially a children's book about dealing with COVID, of all things. It was written by a lady up in Billerica, Mass, who usually writes a series about dogs called Giggles and Owens. Her name's Shirley Holdman. She's an older lady, and we actually put our heads together since we were both, stuck at home at the beginning of the COVID thing. Mm-hmm. And she wanted to make a book to help children understand what's going on with the masks and the social distancing and all that kind of stuff. So she and I co-created the book, which is just a little paperback book. Mm-hmm. I did the artwork and stuff, but essentially it helps kids understand what's going on with COVID. And the book itself, we've been getting funding from the state of Massachusetts, printing books and giving them to various schools around the state, which has been awesome.
Oh, that's a very cool project.
Yeah.
It's something different that, if you weren't locked down all year, you wouldn't have been able to do.
Right. It just worked out. We both had time at that particular moment, and I was like, let's do it. So we just sat down and made a book.
And with your solo project, you've only got 2 issues left of this?
Yes. Yeah.
Any plans to wrap the entire thing into one nice big
Yes. Well, right now I have a trade for issues 1 through 5.
Mm-hmm.
From the video that you just watched, that was a single issue, and the single issues are in black and white, and I colored the trade of 1 through 5. And so once I finish 9 and 10, which my plan is to get done this year, in between, with your own personal projects, you try to fit them in between all your other work.
Yeah. You fit the personal stuff in between the paid stuff.
Exactly. And the dream is that someday the personal stuff is the paid stuff.
Exactly.
But yeah, my plan is to finish the last 2, and then I'm going to put together a trade of 6 through 10, and then I'll probably make a hardcover copy. And I plan on getting, I have friends and all over the place. I'd like to get them all involved in doing some character art and stuff like that, and really make a book full of art to go with the release of the complete series in one book.
Like various pinup stuff and character designs and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Now, if they do open it up, would you be interested in doing either the Boston or Rhode Island show at the end of the year?
I have I had tables lined up for an awful lot of shows this past year, and they've already just said, look, you can either get your money back or we'll bump it ahead to the next year. So I'm waiting to see when things reopen, and I'll be able to get back to the shows that I was planning on going to. So
yeah, just bump the payments forward, and since they tend to like to slightly raise the rates from year to year.
Well, some of the ones I've talked to have already said they're gonna, if you've had a table at this show, you're covered for the next show if you want to just move it forward. So at least they're not bumping up that.
Yeah.
At least some of them.
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah.
So if cons do open up by the end of the year, where might we see you?
Well, mostly New England. I always try to do one of my best shows is actually a show up in Saratoga Springs, New York. It's called Saratoga Comic Con.
Mm-hmm.
It's normally a twice-a-year show, and at this point, I think one of my largest fan bases is up in that area. When I go up to that show in the spring and the fall, I better have a brand new book with me, because there are going to be people that are pissed off if I don't. Which is great. It helps push me to get the next one done, even when I have a million other projects going on.
It's like I have to get that done in case that con opens. There's going to be a line of people at my table.
Yep.
Why is there not another book?
Exactly. I got people that only collect the trades too, and they're like, "Do you have the second trade yet?" I'm like, "Not yet." They're like, "Oh, better have it next year."
Yeah, well, you figure trade paperbacks are about 65% of the sales in comics right now. So
yeah,
people would, you'd rather pick up a trade and get
the whole story.
Get the whole story, or that part of the majority part of the arc. All in one sitting, and that way it can go up up on a bookshelf or a counter or something. You don't have to worry about bagging and boarding it, and not getting a bump on one corner, and
then you have to give it to somebody to make some collage artwork for you.
Yeah,
your damaged cover.
As long as it's a good cover, yeah. You know, I'm probably gonna do that with my messed up ghost from the action figure from what, probably like 92 or 93, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, oh. And I looked at, because when I saw the package again, like one top of the plastic had like eroded away. And I'm like, well, I guess
did you end up opening it like recently, or was it that way back in the 90s?
I think it had like a crack and it just got worse, and it's been in storage for years. But I actually just opened it the other night, last night actually, on CRoM Con.
Oh, okay.
And she's actually right here.
Woo!
And the hood and the cape come off as like one solid piece. And
nice.
You know, if you could replace size with the guns, it would kind of turn into a variant Electra figure. Because
yeah, it's yeah, you just change the colors a little bit.
Yeah. So, you know, and she got a gun belt around her waist that's got like a.
Got her ammo and everything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got the entire first series and the second series. I really liked the character, and I liked what they were doing with a lot of the stuff back then. So
very cool.
You know, so I'm a big Batman guy, so you know, I'll always buy Batman, and Joker's my favorite villain, so you know, I'll always buy that stuff. I'll always complain of the prices of the books in the modern era, but
you ain't no Joker fan.
Well, no, because Pops is the biggest clown in the room. What do you expect?
Waka waka.
Waka waka. So, are you working on any card sets now? Or,
let's see. I just finished a couple for Fivefinity there that Pops had a little trouble pronouncing when he was reading the Kickstarter. But it's been kind of dry. I've been doing a series called Back to Retro.
Mm-hmm.
We did a series on 80s and 90s movies, and then a series on 80s and 90s horror, and then a series on 80s and 90s Christmas. And then I'm getting ready to be doing. I'm going to be doing a set with Rusty coming up. I'll let him. I don't know if he's announcing what it is yet, or I don't want to spoil the surprise if he hasn't said anything about it.
He did announce a set that he either is working on currently. That was, I think, Back to Retro, and it's like the old like 40s and 50s like pinup covers.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I'm dabbling in that one with him too.
He did mention that and the the big list that he hopes he can cross one thing off a day on.
He's got so much on it. Like we said before, he's. I mean, I'm all over the place too. It's just the nature of the beast. You take work from all different areas, you know.
Yeah.
You gotta eat. So.
You gotta eat, and we gotta read comics. So
that's right.
You know, that's just how it goes.
That's how life works.
Now, are the COVID books just given out through schools? Through the state?
Yeah, I do have. You know, they sent me a stack of them too, and it's getting translated to other languages now, which is kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll probably give them out to kids once conventions start up. I've handed out some. I do have copies. If people are interested in copies for their kids or whatever, they can send me a shout out. I'll just have people pay for postage. I'll sign them and send them out to people. So anyone here that's interested in something like that for their kids or grandkids, I'm happy to share. So
we love stuff for the kids. You know that. We love stuff for the kids. And he gets it too. See?
All right.
Jay, do you know Scott? Scott said, "What? I'm not ready for this."
You okay, Scott?
Scott, Are you there? Scott. You're
Scott,
muted.
Scott.
He's muted. He doesn't know he's muted.
He might figure it out now.
Scott, this is Jay.
Great Scott.
Scott's in the next room trying to get a beer, and he's going, man, the guy got me online already.
So
I'll wait till he
where can
unmutes
people contact you and follow you and all that good stuff online?
Sure. Well, you can find me on Facebook. Since my last name is spelled funny, you just type in J Mooers and I will pop up.
Yeah, you're not going to see many of them spelled like that, huh?
No, it makes it real easy. You don't have to put any numbers or anything funny with it. Instagram, it's the same thing, J Mooers. Those are probably the two places I update the most frequently. I have a DeviantArt, which I definitely slack on updating. And my website, I also kind of slack on updating. Just the way it is, you know.
Oh, and DeviantArt, how's that roll over there yet, man? How's DeviantArt doing?
Every once in a while, I get like a bump. Like all of a sudden, like some new people jump on and say stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, there's something going on. But for the most part, it's very heavy anime and
right. Yeah, it was heading that way the last time I was.
Yeah, and so like my stuff isn't. Every once in a while, somebody will commission some Pokemon or something, and I'll do that, and then I'll get a bump over there.
If you get a chance, check out ArtStation, man.
ArtStation?
Yeah.
Writing it down.
Cool. Yeah, you can set up a whole profile and page over there with all your stuff, man.
Cool. Yeah, I like honestly, like with the Indiegogo.
There he is.
Hey, Scott. Carrie says hi.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
Doing good. How are you guys? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Welcome to CRoM Con. Obviously, you know Jay, so say hi to each other. Pleasant.
Hey guys.
Hey, how goes it, Scott?
It's going good. How you doing, Phil?
Oh, doing, man. Hanging in there, man. Rough
Nice.
week, but
Yeah, I know.
everybody on CRoM weekend always helps out, man.
It always does. Hanging out with friends always, even 2020 was horrible, but hanging out with friends always made it great,
Yep, definitely.
Definitely made it better.
Yep.
Way better. But, so I don't really have like a campaign at the moment, but I do have a campaign launching in February for my book called The Flock. I have some stuff I would like to show you guys. If you guys are good for me to show that.
Share screen.
Yeah.
Up there.
So first thing I will share is it's going to be the trailer. I had in last year I did an Indiegogo campaign that didn't succeed, so I'm just using the same trailer. Doesn't have any mention of Indiegogo or Kickstarter. But this time around I'm doing it on Kickstarter, and it just shows some of the pages. It doesn't give you like an idea what's going on, but I'll give you the idea after you watch the trailer. So
Scott, I'll let you take the stage.
awesome.
I will see you guys later.
I will talk to you again, sir.
Jay, great seeing you again.
Let's do this again, and I'll bring more artwork to show off and stuff.
Cool.
Have a great time, guys.
Take care.
Thanks, man.
All right. You get this up in here? Oh, you got... Dang it, Phil. Sometimes you're fast, bud.
Is it all ready to go? I'll press play then. Hopefully it loads. There we go. Crap. I don't know why it's playing again. But okay. So yeah, my book is called The Flock, and it is an all ages comic, and it's set in the 50s in O City, Canada. It's in the Canada book. And it's just a fun. I think someone mentioned in the past when they were doing like a review that it felt like Batman 66. It's really fun. It's it's got a lot of characters that I've created, but I want the humor to be there. I want it to have something entertaining for everybody, and so it's been a fun time creating it. I personally have created the story off of another book that my brother, who was doing a book called Canada Bear, and this is kind of like in the same universe, and I just started working on it as I was helping him, and I'm just like, I gotta do my own thing. So I branched off and started doing the creation of The Flock. Now, all the characters, I also have this posted. The first issue is posted on globalcomics.com. I don't know if you guys have ever used that. It's a digital platform for indie comics and other certain comics. You can sell your comics on there, but I personally just have it on there for free. The first issue, uncolored, because it is free. But so I just love comics. I personally love Batman, of course. He's my favorite superhero. But when I created Gooseman, which is the main character I have, I wanted it to be more like he's a superhero, but he's like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, he's not, he's just doing it just because he wants to do it. I don't know how to describe his character. But yeah, he's got a jetpack. He's got some gadgets. He's just a fun character to write because he just doesn't. He has a free
I guess my question would be: does he just fall into situations where he's got to be a superhero, or?
Well, a lot of the times, the main storyline that gets introduced later in the series, and it gets, as you read the books and it comes out. He was a private investigator in his past, so he's really good at detective work. And now he is using his skills that he learned from being a detective, but also he was in the military, so he's using those skills for fighting and tactics and stuff. But a lot of the villains that get introduced are just random. So it's like the next villain coming in the next episode type of deal. Like, the first villain is these group called the Purple Hood Gang, and they come in and they steal maple syrup from the reserves, and all the people are freaking out because the maple syrup is going to be gone for the festival that's coming up in Maple Festival or whatever. So it's like a goofy, it's lots of fun. I really, when I wrote it, I didn't want it to be too serious. I do have a lot of characters in it that I would like to do maybe a serious teen plus type of thing later on. Kind of like how, some comics, like even Marvel, I believe Punisher started off as like a miniseries that was added to another book, I believe. I think it was Spider-Man. I'm not too sure. I do not remember. But yeah, so I have a lot of different stuff there, and then I would love to show you guys some other pages and stuff if you guys don't mind. I don't have like I said, I don't have a campaign running right now, but if you would like to support me, the best way would either be my Gumroad store, which is gumroad.com/comicsbyscott, very easy to type out. And then also, I'll put the link down, yeah.
Right below you, it's scrolling by.
Okay, there you go. And then, of course, if you review my comic on Global Comics, that also helps too, because I can, you guys can comment on that as well. I currently have how I started originally is I wasn't doing campaigns. I was just printing and selling in local shops. So I didn't really. I got like a negative head start, I guess, when it came to like running a campaign. I didn't really do online work that much, even though I should have. But that's that's different. But I learned from that. I learned a lot last year. I just started last year too. This whole comic started in June, so. Yeah, it's fun, and it's great reaching out to people, networking with people. So, yeah. So, my first thing I'll show, I won't show screen, but I'll just show that these are the first prints and what the covers look like, which I'll show again in a second when I do like actual pictures of them. But there's the first issue cover, and then there's a second one. So both of them are already in print. These ones are in black and white. These are the first print runs, so their dialogue has been updated because the person who did the lettering made a mistake here and there. But hey, it happens.
Yeah. This is why I preached it. It's been the weekend of the editor. I preached the editor.
Yeah.
For you to, spend the $50, $100, whatever. Have somebody look it over with it.
Yeah.
Not, your friend. Not somebody that's trying to blow smoke up your ass. Somebody who don't know you that's just going to give you an honest.
Oh yeah.
Honest opinion of where.
See, on my end, my first 3 issues, I was doing it all myself, and then now I reached out to a couple of people, and I have some people lined up for the other issues that are coming out. My first campaign didn't succeed, but I was still working on it. I didn't stop. I kept working with the artists. I'm working a day job, so I'm like putting aside money to fund the campaign, fund the book. So, Calvary Collective, how you doing, man? Thank you for coming in. But yeah, but let's see. So I was reaching out to people, getting the buzz up a bit. I met a lot of people last year that I didn't even know I could reach out to, but it's really hard because when you're first starting out, you're like, is that person going to respond? You got over that hump of trying to reach out to people. So I love that being able to network, and even going into comic book stores was like a biggest hump to get over too, because when you're just trying to be like an indie creator and you're going into these shops, I felt so happy that I was able to sell my book in 5 stores in the Cleveland, Ohio area where I'm from. I'm just like, thank God they said yes. So, but yeah, I will show you the cover if I can get out of this. Don't know why it's there. Okay, so I don't know why that's not loading right, but there we go. I think my computer might be lagging. A little bit of background, if you want me to do a gist of the story. It's the main character is Huck Bennett. His best friend is Jackie Oakes, and he's got a nephew named Edward Bennett. And Edward Bennett is called the Gosling, Huck is called the Gooseman, and Jackie Oakes is just called Jackie Oakes. He's just his muscle. He's just his buddy from when he was in the war. Jackie Oakes owns a lumber mill, and he's just out there. And Huck uses him whenever he needs it, like an extra set of hands to take down some goons and stuff. I'm going to show you guys the characters here in a second. Let me see if this will share screen. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So this is Jackie Oakes. Like I said, he's a lumberjack type of dude, so very muscular and always ready for action to help his best bud. And then this is the Goose Man, Huck Bennett. He's ready, it's a standard superhero suit type of deal, but the difference though, not many people have jetpacks, so that aren't like in Star Wars or something.
That's awesome, personally.
This is just one of the goons from the Purple Hood Gang. He's just a punk guy who ends up being a side character for one of the main villains, but he's just, typical bad guy, thug. Not very smart, to be honest. And this is the Gosling. This is Edward. He's a kind of like a Robin type of character, but he's more stubborn. He wants to fight crime. He doesn't like waiting. He wants to get into the action to stop the bad guys anytime he can. And then this is the character that's getting introduced in issue 2. I'm not going to say his name, but this is what he looks like. He is at the end of issue 1. Very end of issue 1 in the last panel.
I didn't mean to do that quite yet,
but this is a page-up preview I wanted you guys to see. This is uncolored, of course, but it will be colored once the campaign starts. Let's see if I can show that a little bit better. But yeah, oh crap. Of course it zoomed out. Yeah, I can hear you, Phil.
Hey Scott, can you either back the mic off a little bit or turn it down a little bit? It's running really hot and it brings the volume down on everything else, and I can barely hear like when Pops is talking or anything.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
Thanks,
do that.
man.
Let's see you. Oh, it was automatically adjusting. That's probably why.
Oh, okay.
It was making me loud on purpose.
Making you clip, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good, man.
yeah, now we can't hear Phil again. I have to turn my speakers back up.
Okay, I can hear
Oh,
you,
sorry.
man.
Is that better?
Oh yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there. Now I can hear Phil again too.
All right, cool. Yeah, it's just it settles in. What it does is it's normalization. So if there's anything really loud, it'll bring the levels all down on everything. So.
Okay.
But we're all good. We're all good, man.
So.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I really would like you guys to tell me that beforehand. I probably wouldn't have been able to see it because I was looking at the sharing of the tab. But yeah, this is a one of the pages out of the issue 2. There's something happens, a wreck happens, and these people get stuck, and he has to help them out. Now, this is just black and white. My artist, his name is Gino, and he lives in Indonesia. He's a really great guy, and I love working with him. He was actually my third artist I reached out to. 2020, beginning of 2020 was really rough trying to get this comic going. I'll just say that. Trying to get different artists and reaching out to people and trying to get people on board. I had an artist originally who left to do another project that was offering more money, which, it sucks, but, I couldn't really do anything at the time. Being new and everything, I didn't know what resources I had with that, so I moved on and got a new artist, and I've been happy ever since because he just does a fantastic job. So
Yeah, we still gotta catch up yet too, man.
me and you do definitely.
You know, the art looks awesome. And that's coming from a story guy.
Yeah, and it's funny is because he's from Indonesia, I have to be a lot more descriptive and use a lot more I can see Gooseman's walking.
It's lost in translation.
Exactly.
You got to make sure you're getting your clear picture across.
Exactly, and it's really funny when sometimes I realize when I haven't described a page correctly, but the page comes out better than what I described. And I'm like, I'm just gonna keep that.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't care what I said.
This is gonna work just fine.
Or it's funny because it's like he's just a fantastic artist, and he's just a really good guy, and I love talking to him when I can. But because we're time zone difference, so it's really rare. but But yeah, do you guys have any questions so far about the book?
I've got all kinds of questions.
Go right ahead, give me him.
Well, my first question is, where did the idea come from?
So, it's funny. The idea came from, I had this little action figure. It wasn't Boba Fett, but I had this little action figure when I was a kid that I would play with all the time. I think it was like a G.I. Joe figure, to be honest. But I was just really I had fond memories of that. And then my brother was telling me, and my buddy Paul, who's my colorist, was telling me about, you should do a comic too. And I was just thinking of ideas. I'm like, what can I do? I don't want to be the same of everything else that's out there, I don't want to be like Batman. I don't want to be like, Daredevil or something. And I just came up with the idea of it being just this guy in a suit fighting crime in the 50s. So, but yeah, the idea was pretty, it was easy to come across because I just had so many different ideas for a book idea. I keep saying idea, but whatever. I just, it just came pretty quick after I have, stuff going with the character design and how it became a group type of group, like 3 characters, main characters, and then I just went from there. So yeah.
Yeah, I just did it again. Bang! Following.
Sweet. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So now, you can tell if it's somebody I've never seen before, because some of them are like, "Oh no, you already signed up for that one," and some of them are, "Nope, I haven't done that one yet."
Wonderful. Now, what's on the actual Gumroad store is also the digital version for free of issue 1. Same thing as that's on Global Comics.
More free comics. Go check it out.
And then I'd have the first print runs of issue 1 and 2. They're in black and white. They're not in colored. They were the first ones that I got print runs when I was selling in local shops. I had a couple of them left, so I put them on the store as well, if anyone is interested on that as well.
Now, if you were watching the video, this cover right here, this
yeah,
number 2, it went from black and white. You got to watch the progression from black and white to color on that video.
Yeah.
Go back and watch that video. I that stood out to me in that video, actually. So.
Yeah, I was always like having old technology from that era, especially shown in the comic. So a blimp, that was okay, blimps aren't really dominant now, but maybe back then, in 40s and 50s, they were a big spectacle to see them in the sky, unlike today. So.
What's happening? Total excellence!
Hey, it's Ichthus. Hey, Ichthus, how you doing?
I love getting that out there. I love it.
What's great is Ichthus is doing a variant cover for the comic when my Kickstarter comes out, and I can't wait to show that off as well once he gets it all completed. He's been coloring it on his channel, so if you guys ever want to check him out, it's really good cover. Let me see if I have another cover. This is a variant cover. Let me see, share the screen.
Don't block off the flock. Embrace it. You can feel the goods within you.
So this cover is.
Hold on.
No, you're good. I was just wondering why it's not showing the full screen. Okay. Anyway, it's too. I don't know why it's not. Let me see if I can do this. That looks better. Anyway, so this guy, Mike Belcher, I messaged him on Facebook. It was last December and November. I was reaching out to a ton of people to do variant covers who had open commissions, and I was able to get 4 really great people. This is Mike. He does he has a series called The Man in the Mask, and it's very similar to, in a lot of ways, to The Spirit, which is a comic I really loved. And I love his style. His style has the same type of genre, and time era as my comic, so it was really cool to see him create the characters in his art style. So, but yeah, I like this cover a lot. And then
pretty awesome.
And then I have, this is the cover, let me see, the original issue 1 cover. So this is what I have printed. I had just showed earlier, but I was going to show you guys again. But yeah, this is the issue 1 cover. This one was designed by Paul Ferris, drawn by Matthew Critchfield, and then colored by Paul. Yeah, this is the characters I have so far. I'm so excited for this Kickstarter.
That's okay. This is the whole thing. You're working the build up right now, right?
Yeah.
You throw out a little tease. Now you come out here next week and you throw out a little tease of the story. Then you come out there and a couple weeks later, oh, here's another piece of art or a couple panels, and you don't give context with that because you don't want everybody just putting the story together. No, I know what's going to happen. But a little tease here, a little tease there,
yeah.
Here, all the way up until kickoff time. You know?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Who's with excellence?
Yes, the variants are really great. I'm really happy how they came out, and I'm not doing that many for this campaign, but I think I did 4, and that's many as I could do within my budget, because I'm, working day job and using my setting aside a little as I can to fund the comic. So. But yeah,
I've had quite a few people go to the con, like yesterday when Shaun was out here. And he says, "Oh, I got a couple covers I'm doing." And it's like, I'm blown away. Everybody's just networking, getting together, working together, and then every time I'm talking to somebody, oh, I didn't know he was working with him. I did know you were doing something with Ignus though, because I paid attention to what he was doing. So I knew that was action. But,
nice.
I see you out on Twitter. I see people retweeting about the flop, and you're getting people looking. So you're gonna have to show them something once in a while and keep them interested.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think this month is.
Kickoff time, then it's easy because you got 40, 50 people that have been wondering and waiting. Yeah, let's get this going. You have a follower.
Definitely. I have everything set up. I'm going to be doing, I think it's going to be every Wednesday starting next week. Yeah, I believe next week, up to the campaign that I'm launching on Kickstarter February 24th. So I'm going to have that set up, ready to go. It's just going to be different, sneak peek pages, random character pinups that I have set up, and just progress as the book is going forward. It's crazy that I'm already on issue 4, and I'm just like, this is just incredible. Just how quickly time flies when you're working on stuff, especially when you're having fun.
Dude, I'm sitting here looking at this, and we're down to only a few hours left, and it's like,
yeah,
I'm already talking about a show tomorrow night because it's too much fun. It really is. When I get to come out here and talk to you guys, it's too much fun. I hear you, Brock. I know, buddy. I know. I get it. They're not letting me together. I understand why. We don't want puppies. Yeah, he's whining, man. He's really just sitting behind me going, aren't you? Yeah, he's pathetic right now. It's I can't help him with that. We don't want a bunch of puppies. Scott, go ahead and give everybody a last rundown how they can find you, your Gumroad, all that. Give everybody the final blowout.
All right.
This ain't long enough.
I know it's not long enough. So my Twitter handle is on the actual stream right now. It's the Flock Comic. You can follow me on Twitter. I post a lot of updates on there. It's also the same thing on Facebook. So if you are on Facebook as well, you can follow the Facebook page called on the Flock Comic. We also have a Gumroad store. It's gumroad.com/comics by Scott. Like I mentioned earlier, that I have The issue 1 is for free, and then I have print runs of issue 1 and 2 from the local comic book shops that I printed in the summer of last year. And then I have issue 1 for free on globalcomics.com if you like a digital platform for like mobile. Awesome. Check that out. We also have Canada Bear issue 1, which is the same universe as my comic that kind of was developed after it was already created the last 2 years ago. So you got that. If you want to read that, that's free as well. So a lot of free stuff. Go check it out.
Oh, yeah.
Free comics.
And I just followed it, so I'll be checking it out later in the week when I actually have time to do something.
I know. I gotta make time.
And I am now stalking you on the Twitterverse.
Awesome.
Shaun, I like to introduce my previous guest and my guest coming in. So, Scott, Shaun, in case you don't know each other, say it.
Happy New Year.
Hey, g'day, Scott. How you going, mate?
There you go.
Doing good.
I like the hat. I like the hat.
Yeah, very nice. I actually watched Empire today, so that's fun.
I'm waiting for them to redo the sequel trilogy. I've been watching a lot of stuff going on that Jon Favreau is going to go back and fix up all the mistakes in the last 2 films. So that'll be interesting to see.
Well, those films never happened, so we're good. So don't worry.
I have no idea what films you're speaking of.
Yeah, what are you talking? Maybe we get a new Star Wars? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's called The Mandalorian.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. Happy New Year. I'll be in chat. I'll see how you guys are doing. I hope to be on the show another time. So have a good night.
Hey, post in the madness, bro.
I will.
Keep people apprised of what's going on, because there's a lot of people there watching.
Definitely. Thank you guys.
I'm always there stalking creators to be on my podcast.
Yeah, and
there you go.
Hit me up when you can, Scott.
I will. We got to connect, man. I keep putting it off because I've been so busy.
I was down for about 2 weeks because my computer hard drive was freaked out. So it's all good now. So yeah, feel free to hit me up, man.
I will. Thank you guys. Happy New Year.
All right. You have a great night. Shaun Keenan.
How we going?
I'm great.
Hey.
How you doing? I have to know where you at. Where you at?
So I'm in Melbourne, Australia. If you can't tell by the accent, So I do know that you've had people from Argentina on and all over the world on the show over the last few days. So we'll put Melbourne, Australia on the map as well now. So
yes.
Well, hey there, Shaun.
We're all over the place, man. We had somebody out here from Turkey last night, drawing live from Turkey. It was like
I was watching that last night. He was with Connor.
Yes.
Yes. I'm very impressed. I'm a writer, publisher, cannot draw to save my life, so I always enjoy watching those type of things because it's definitely something I can't do.
I'm sure that you, man. I've been sitting here looking at your project, kind of just in the background, and I'm just like, see, I'm an Ace Frehley fan, so anything with the word fractured in it. If you know anything about Ace Frehley, he has some instrumental songs on his albums, and they're called Fractured Mirror. So anytime I see Fractured, I instantly gravitate to it because that's been a big part of, a piece of my past. So, I'm sitting here looking at that book. Man, come on, y'all. This is amazing.
Well, bring it up here, Pops. What are you waiting for?
I'm working on it. I got this share screen thing going.
Yeah, 2020 was a pretty big year for me creatively, and to finish it all off, we launched this one a week before Christmas, and it's been, as you can see, super successful so far. So we've got 28 days. And just trying to raise some more money so that we can get straight into volume 2 after we put this one out. So
this looks amazing, man.
And
Got
it's some
28 days
it's some
to go.
impressive numbers. Only a couple of days in.
Yeah, I got 28 days to go. I got 12.5. I'm rolling 200 backers, 207 backers. You obviously have a following, sir.
Well, I can't claim all of it. So the lead character out of this cyberpunk series is called Sebastian Vetro, but he's actually based on an Australian actor that I've got involved in this project called Dan Furigal. So if you ever watched the Starz Spartacus TV series, he played Agron out of the Spartacus series. So he's got a bit of a following there, and then we've brought my audience along with for the ride as well. So yeah,
that's amazing. Amazing. I'm doing scheduling stuff in the background too, guys, over here. we're still filling in our 9 o'clock panel, so you know.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll just talk a little bit about the book then. It's a 48-page cyberpunk dystopian detective series. So if you like Judge Dredd, Transmetropolitan, those type of cyberpunk, Blade Runner, those type of books, then this one is really for you. It's for a mature audience, so there's a lot of nudity and that type of stuff. Again, if you've seen Dan in Spartacus and that Starz series, that is full frontal. Anything goes, and Dan was pretty adamant that he wanted a very similar style in this cyberpunk style. So it just follows this detective called Sebastian Vetro, who can tap into the quantum realm. He's able to see fractures in time, which helps him solve cases. So there's one case that he can't solve, and we don't know why, and that's the main story arc. So each volume will follow a single case, and then there will be a larger story arc over the top of that, which will be about this case he can't solve. So
nice.
Now, where did the inspiration to do this book come from?
So it actually came from Dan. So I write a comic book series called the Extreme Champion Tournament, which is based around Spartacus and other mythological heroes out of time, where they're forced to fight off in a battle to the death in 2069. So the UFC's evolved, from the just combat to fight to the death. So I've been going to a couple of Spartacus conventions, and that's where I met Dan. And just in passing, he kind of said to me about this idea that he had for this TV series about this detective and kind of had this power and that type of stuff. And it wasn't probably until COVID hit that, he was stopped acting because of everything shutting down, and he came onto this live stream that we were doing for one of our channels. And after that, he was kind of like, oh, hey, let's kind of discuss this. Would you think about doing this as a graphic novel? And I was like, hell yeah, let's get something together and do that. And it kind of just evolved from there. So he had a very clear vision of what he was kind of thinking. I'd never done a cyberpunk story, so I was like, hell yeah, let's kind of jump into a different type of genre. A lot of my stuff's been either historical or history-based fiction, so I was like really excited to kind of do something totally different. And then Stephen, who's the third creator on this that's doing the writing, he was like all for it as well. So we've kind of get together each week, run through ideas and what the storyline was, and kind of literally over about 2 to 3 months we came up with the whole storyline. We've done the first 8 pages that you can check out on the Kickstarter, and have kind of got everything in place pretty quickly to launch and do this. So we're hoping to raise $10,000 to finish the book. Australian wise, and we've passed that and trying to push to the 20,000 Australian wise so that we can go straight into creating the next volume, because with indies, you know what it's like, between issues, sometimes it's months, years type of thing. So if we're able to raise that money from the start, that'll let us produce things much quicker.
I want one of these that says warning CRoM Con contains.
I can do one of those for you. I'll get Stephen to do one of those for you, mate.
I'm gonna print that out and put it on my wall.
Now, the next big question I have to ask, because you're down under and we're up top, so what's shipping like? Or do you have a print-on-demand service you're working with on the States for people over here?
So Dan's based in California, so I'm pretty lucky that we've got people. So we've got the artist who's Italian, so we've got we'll print some over there and get him to ship for the European audience. Then we've got Dan in the US, so we've got him there to ship for the American audience, and then I'm based in Australia to ship to my own audience. So the best thing that we've done is being able to kind of hit all of those audiences without having shipping astronomically. So the book is, I'm not sure what it says there in US price, but 29 Australian dollars. And then it was about $12 shipping across. So, yeah, don't know what that works out to in US, but yeah.
Hey, Pop, you should drop the link for the Kickstarter in the live chat.
In the live chat?
Yeah.
Why didn't I think of that? I just
apparently you found a new paper plate.
I thought that's why I had co-hosts, man.
You know how to do that, Will. Come on. Come on.
I don't have the keys to the kingdom. Sorry.
It don't take a key to the kingdom to pull an address and copy it and paste it, dude. That did not take any keys. That just took, half a second.
I can't post anything in the live chat from here.
What do you mean you can't post in the live chat?
I can only do stuff in the private chat because I'm just a guest here. I'm not a.
Don't worry, I'm the same.
I'm not an impotent person.
I don't get it. There's all kinds of people in the chat. Just go on the YouTube and chat and drop what you want there.
Oh yeah, well I'd have to do stuff for that. Come on.
Oh no.
I mean, I have to do that.
Like,
and
I
have to go into a different
didn't want to do stuff.
I got to go over to Facebook if I want to see who that was that just commented. I mean, I have to do things. It's part of the job.
Well, I could see that. It was Jim O'Reilly's here again.
Yeah, I already showed that. You missed that one too?
No, I saw that. I figured I'd just give you a hard time.
So, Shaun, I'm like I said, I was looking at it before, and this art is amazing, man.
Yeah, so the artist, as I said, is Italian. His name's Riccardo Facchini. I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but
I think you did.
Yeah, he's done an amazing job, and Kevin Anthony DeCasto is the colorist, and he really has made that pop off the page. So we've been really lucky with the great collaborators that we've got on and creative team that we've got on this, and I'm super excited to kind of get this into everyone's hands. So
it's like I said, it's amazing. Everything about it is good. Now, this comics to movies projects, what exactly is it?
Yep. So Comics to Movies is my publishing business. So I started off back in 2014 with XCT. So XCT is the number one selling independent comic book in Australia. So we've sold about 7,500 issues of that series. And then since then, we've branched out into other series. So we've got Terra Olympus, which is first released in 2018. And then this year, we also released a new series called Talos of Sparta, which is a Spartan historical alternate history series, and then Fractured Shards, which we also launched. So 2021, we're hoping is going to be even bigger. We're going to open up our publishing wing to other creators and start publishing their works as well, which is kind of cool. And we signed our first one up just before the end of 2020, and that's called The 13th Labor, which is a alternate take on Hercules. So which is very cool and very exciting, very different story.
I'm checking out the PDF pack here. This got your a few of your different titles there that you can get in the PDFs. Now,
yeah, so I think the biggest thing that we tried to do is make sure that everything is of value to people, especially, with digital. A lot of people go, is it worth the money? So not only do you get our graphic novel, but you get those other 3 comics as well, which have been supplied by other creators that I work with, which is fantastic. And then because we hit 15K by the Australian by the end of 2020, we actually added another 2 in there. So that was the XCT and Like Father, Like Daughter as well. So, for $9, you get 6 comics. It's over about, I think it's about 250 plus pages of comics, and the more we raise, the more we add to that as well. So we've got about another 3 or 4 that we're hopefully going to add by the end of the campaign. So. Would you like some water?
Yes, thank you.
So I'm on
Now
your
he's not.
Kickstarter now, like scrolling down, and as impressive as it looks, just for the name of it and the picture in the center, I'm pretty sure I don't want the in the tub experience.
Oh, you know you do. Don't lie.
No, I don't.
So I'll admit that my wife was the one that came up with that experience. So we're trying to think outside the box, and because we do have Dan involved in the project, we want to kind of leverage off his audience and his fans as much as possible. And he did do that photo that's in the middle of that reward picture for cancer research. So it was called In the Tub, and a lot of the Spartacus actors did photos of themselves naked in the tub, and it was a coffee book, and all proceeds went to cancer research. So my wife thought, well, what a clever way to raise money for the campaign, than to have an in the tub experience with Dan himself, where he'll do a live stream with an individual while he's in the bathtub soaking, and then we would also provide some money to cancer research from that reward as well. So we've had one of those pledged so far, so which is amazing to have that.
So somebody has already helped by helping you guys donate some of the proceeds from that to, I'm dying to say this, fuck cancer.
Yeah. So the links are in the campaign as well. So it goes towards TJ Scott's campaign for fighting or funding cancer research. So you can check that all out on the pages as well. So so we're donating 200 of that $1,500 reward to that research. So.
And there's some like very cool sketch experiences live on StreamYard.
Yep. So we're doing one-on-one experiences with Dan himself, and then what we've tried to do with each of these rewards as well is just load them up. So the more you spend, the more you get. So you get everything from the previous tiers plus extra stuff. So we've sold out of the draw-in one, which is the $299 mark, but the ones after that you still get drawn in, plus you get extra stuff on top of that. So the one I like is the $6.99 one, where you can have either yourself or your own character drawn with the main character out of our series as a one-off type thing. So yeah,
and that's pretty cool. You get to hang out. You get to hang out in a live chat. You get characters drawn in, and every single perk that's available with the campaign, minus the bathtub.
Minus the bathtub, yeah. So we've got alternate covers, and then Kickstarter started to do the add-on features as well, which is great. So we've got the ability to have Dan sign book plates to make it even more exclusive for people, and then we've got t-shirts and a couple of other items that we're going to add soon as well. We're working on a little Lego figure of the main character. They always seem to be pretty popular, and a few other things as well. So
yeah, and hey, as a parent, let me tell you, Legos are dangerous.
So, do you have a retailer tier?
No, I don't. And a lot of the issues that I face around that is here within Australia, a lot of the stores won't support Kickstarters. So they will stock my books after I've successfully funded and stuff like that, but they won't support Kickstarters. And I can kind of understand why a lot of stores don't do that, is because you get every man and his dog then messaging saying, can you support this Kickstarter? And it does become a bit of
Okay, shameless American plug.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a buddy, Liberty Distribution, and they have like 50 stores lined up right now already, and they just make your book available to them if they'd like to get it. And so indievolt.com, they were our panel last night at 9:00. If you want to go rewatch that, okay?
Yeah, I will.
He talked about Liberty quite a bit, so or you can just go talk to him, Barry and Grant, Liberty. He's with indievolt.com. Him and Krista run the indievolt.com, and he's in the madness. He'd be more than happy to talk to you and do his best to get your books on retailer store shelves.
That'd be awesome, because I think that's the hardest thing being from Australia, is breaking into that US audience. And Kickstarter's amazing for that in regards to being able to get your book out internationally. But that next step is that distribution side. So the one reason why we go straight into graphic novels and have kind of steered away from single issues is that we do have book distribution. So you can get our stuff from like Amazon.com, Booktopia, book depositories, so all of those type of places. But what that has limited us to is that we kind of have not been able to get into comic book stores. So I'll definitely go back and check out that live stream. And I think that's what I've really enjoyed about watching you guys on and off over the last couple of days, is there's been so many amazing creators and amazing people out there that are doing different things that if this type of show wasn't put on, I'm not sure I would have been able to find those people individually type of thing.
Right there. That's the link to Liberty Entertainment Distribution right there.
I've copied that.
They can even arrange it to have your book printed within driving distance of where they're at, where they go pick it up. It doesn't even have to be shipped to them, and then they can distribute it out.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You know, I mean, it's like they're putting together a serious operation, and he's been building it for a long time, and I'm just trying to help him get it going. You know, I mean, it's like getting people's books on store shelves is what I want, because I want to be able to go to my local store and get everything without having to pay to have it all shipped to me.
Yeah.
You know, so that's always been a thing of mine, is getting everybody's books on the store shelves. Well, DC just took 2/3 of their stock off store shelves. Now's your time, bro. You know, I mean, they got empty shelves. Now's your time. You know.
And that's what I was going to say. 2020 was absolutely massive for us as a company, because we launched our first Kickstarter in the middle of February when everything was going to shit, and you know, a lot of people had stopped doing Kickstarters because they're like, "Oh, well, what's going on?" and everything.
A whole bunch of us still wanted to read books.
and that's right. We had one of our best campaigns before this Fractured Shards one, because there was no one on Kickstarter. Diamond then announced that they weren't doing distribution. So, like, the only place you were getting new stuff was from indie creators. So, you know, 2020 for us has been a really strong year in being able to be much more creative, release stuff more often, and then build on that fan base that we already had as well. So,
well, that's awesome. I mean, I like the success stories that come out of that too. You know, I mean, just like I know people that stopped. They didn't do what they were going to do. They didn't do their book right then. And because they didn't do their book right then, they took some time, went and looked at it, went, oh man, we can make it better. We got time now. We can add some pages. We got time now. Suddenly the deadline was gone. Everybody wasn't in a hurry. So everybody put out a better product as well, due to that hiccup in March, April, May. You know, I mean, I know for a fact it made Mojo Risen a better book. They had a new colorist come in. They had added pages. They got some more people to do covers. I mean, that extra couple months improved their product, which will be shipped very soon.
It's Kickstarter's been amazing. You can see by the amount of projects that were on there this year. There was a large increase in projects. There was a large increase in the amount of money that was being spent on Kickstarter, and then the actual success rate of comics. I think they're second now in regards to the most successful category on Kickstarter, which is amazing, and a testament to the indie community and the support that it gets from readers, from fans, and from other creators. You know, I don't think I've read a mainstream book since Negan Lives. I think every book that I've read in the last 3 or 4 months has been an indie title. So, and I'm kind of proud to say that there's so much good stuff out there by indie creators.
Well, I just shared a Kickstarter with a mate of mine that lives in Perth.
Oh, really?
We became friends like years and years ago. In the comic book community, and we stayed friends ever since. And I just messaged him. I go, yeah. I go, we're talking to the writer of this book, and he's from down under like you. He goes, well, I'm gonna have to go watch this and check it out now.
The industry's a bit.
And I just sent Barry a message and it said, "Dude, live on CRoM Con right now, distribution."
Hi, Barry, if you're watching. The community is still a bit small here in Australia. You're talking in our whole country, we've only got 22 to 23 million people. So, you've got that in New York alone. So we're still finding our feet as a community. But, this year I have seen there's been a real uptick in quality, like what you were saying, Pops. People are really taking the time to put out good work rather than going, I've got a convention this weekend, I need to finish it and print it and get it out. There's now that no longer that deadline, as you were saying, that people are going, I tell you what, I'm going to put out my best product rather than I need to get it out by this date.
Yes, your best product. That's how you get people to buy your next product and make that your best product.
Yep.
And so on.
And all the stuff that, the majority of the indie stuff that's coming out looks better than any of the mainstream stuff. A
lot of it looks better than most of the mainstream stuff. Okay? I mean, I don't mean to rip on them, but I mean, there's only a few people that are really putting a lot into the entire project. And in the big two, there's only a few teams that really put a lot into the entire project. You can see where they slack and when they're and where they fill. You know what I mean? They're just filling something in. They're not telling a story, and it's glaringly obvious now because they still have to do 12 issues a year or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we call those spackle issues.
Yeah, and so it's like. You guys, you're putting out 2, maybe 3, if you're smoking it a year, right? So you guys got a little more time and get to put a little more care into it.
Yeah, and I guess doing the graphic novels as well. So we're trying to do 2 a year, which then works out to about 100 pages, which would be 5 issues a year type of thing if you're doing single comics. Type of thing. So, that's the idea, and then the rotating of our titles so that we've got something new every month. So we've got our 4 titles that now are rotating every 3 months with a new book out type of thing. So that then keeps the audience, I think, engaged, and we're just trying to then slowly build it from there. I think the worst thing we can do is just do too many titles and then not pay attention or give enough love to the ones that we've got. So we really want to make sure when we bring something on board that we're showing it that love and respect that we would with our own titles and our own work. So
yeah. Well, I had an argument the other day with somebody who's a huge X-Men fan and will tend to take the opposite stance to what is logical just because he wants to fight. So, I'm like, I go, well, we don't need 18 or 22 X-Men titles. He goes, there's not 18 or 22. There's only 17. I'm like, we don't need more than 2?
Yeah, I was always a fan of Dark Horse's model where they did have some longer series, but that mini series type thing where you have a beginning, a middle, and end, and you actually have a character development rather than, doing, like I loved Spider-Man's Brand New Day arc. But then at the end of that, they just kind of went, okay, it didn't happen, it doesn't exist, and we're just starting again. And it's like, really? You've just, like, all of that character development that you've just done through that arc is now null and void. I think that's what, for me, has started to get really frustrating, especially the older I've got. I was actually looking for meaningful work and meaningful stuff, and books that kind of, not only entertained me, but I guess moved me as well. And I just found that, creators that were creating their own stuff, you could really tell, like what you were saying before, Pops, you're not ringing it in. You're putting your heart and your soul and everything that you've got into this book because you believe in it, and that, it's not just a job, it's something that you are passionately creating. So I think that's what why I've turned more to the indie scene than staying with some of the big two. And look, I'm a big Walking Dead fan. I've got every single issue, and I've even started collecting the colored versions, and that again. Haven't read them, but I'm still collecting them from that point of view. But I just there's not as much out there. When there's 17 titles and you need to read 9 of them to know what a story's going on, type of thing, it gets quite frustrating and expensive for people in this day and age where books are $4 or $5 US. So here they're 7 or 8 Australian dollars, which gets quite expensive when you're doing 7 or 8 books a month type of thing. So
yeah, I know it's difficult, and I mean, I used to be a big Dark Horse fan, but then the miniseries after miniseries actually turned me off and just turned me into a trade guy. So I just started, the series I was getting, which were, like the Hellboys and the Conans when they had the license. I just started buying the trades for them. So I've got like a short box full of trades of Hellboy and another one full of trades of just Conans, and, which is fine because I can pick it up and read the whole story.
Oh, so, yeah.
Shaun, you are now part of our 9 p.m. panel, brother. How you doing? Warren, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey, Warren, how you doing, mate?
So right now,
looking on another screen, man.
Phil is taking over. Okay, this is Phil's 9 o'clock panel. Got a couple more people that are going to be coming in. Shaun, you're welcome to stay, hang out. Personally, I'm starving. I'll be right back, guys. All right. I'm gotta get something to eat.
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
You bet.
The patients have taken over the asylum
again.
Wow. Well, I'm going to shoot off, guys, but thank you very much for having me. And if anyone wants to check out Fractured Shards on Kickstarter at the moment, or you can find me Comics 2 Movies on all the different social media platforms as well. So, but thanks for your time, guys.
Thanks for coming out. Cheers.
Cool to have you on, man.
No problem, guys. And I'll go back and watch a few of the older ones that you've done as well. So have a great night, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a good night, Shaun.
So what is up, Warren?
Oh, not much. I was just going through the Netflix Daredevil series again when you text me.
Oh, yeah. I haven't even, I know everybody will yell at me, but I still haven't got to check out any of it yet.
All right, turn in your geek card right now.
Hey, I'm just a colorist, man.
It was amazing series. It was sad to see Netflix have the falling out with Marvel, but Disney's putting everything on Disney Plus, so I understand.
And the rumor mill going that they're trying to get him to play Daredevil on a Disney Plus series now too.
Yeah, I think the contract with Netflix is up, so they can start using the characters. I also heard that John Bernthal's Punisher is probably going to get relaunched. So
that was so good.
Oh, that was so good. Yeah, if you get a chance, they're still on Netflix, Phil. That Daredevil series, season 1, 2, and 3 are all excellent. They're just all beautiful. So well done.
Awesome. Yeah, I still like you know how I barely get a chance to catch up on my show queue anymore. I still gotta catch up on the second season of The Boys yet.
Oh, that one was a good one.
Was it a good one?
Oh yeah, that was real good.
I can't wait. I gotta get caught up because it looks like a few things are gonna be popping off this month too. Some new stuff, man.
Yeah, isn't the Wanda series starting this month?
Yeah, I believe so. There's quite
that
a
one looks good.
I can't keep track of them all right now. Like I said, I'm still catching up, man. I've been away from the interwebs for like a week or so now with my technical issues, but now it's time to get caught up in everything. Reinstall programs and get back to work.
Yeah, I don't have any cable. All I have is internet, so that's like all my TV's just streaming.
Yeah.
Yep, that's all I got.
And look who popped in.
Hey, Max.
Holy Mary Machine Gun Max.
How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing good.
All right.
Oh, look, Max has got my Vampirella standee. Thanks for holding on to that.
Yeah. Just trying to help you.
It's weird. You're kind of muffly, man. You're quiet. I usually hear you a lot louder.
See, that's what I was thinking when I was coming in.
Yeah, it does sound muffled.
Yeah, you sound like you're on a 1975 set of walkie-talkies.
Come in, Rover, Roger. So yeah, while he's adjusting that, so what you been getting into, Warren? What kind of projects you got running? Know you got Joe and Sig. What's up? What you got going, man?
Right now, I've gotten the first 3 chapters formatted in like the top to bottom view for Webtoons, and then I'm going through and I'm lettering them right now. And it's like going through, and I gotta go through and do a letter run on them, and then send them to my editor and have him go through it, and then but I gotta do that for the next 3 chapters, and I'm almost done painting the 4th chapter, and I have the 5th one all laid out. So trying to get a little workflow down.
Yeah, and you had a new character too, right? I think I saw a new character you had going on.
Yeah, I had a Victoria, which is a character that Pops kind of inspired. He said I should come up with a character that was like a cigarette lighter or a Bic lighter.
Yeah.
So I designed this female assassin bounty hunter character. I made her her helmet kind of look like the top of a lighter, and she's going to be the love interest for the cigarette character, Sig. And then I have Samuel R.I., which is another he's kind of like my Punisher character. He's the one that has the tragic backstory, and he's like a missile for revenge.
Right.
And I got a lot of cool stuff planned for him. But yeah, I was playing around with Clip Studio. They have their new time-lapse thing. So it's like I draw a promo picture, then I bring the time-lapse off, and then Max Weston, my friend, will put music on it, then I can throw it up on YouTube. And it's just using as much art in as multiple different ways as possible.
Cool. How's Max with the 2 X's been, man?
He's doing good. He recently had to pack up and move his shop down to Texas. So he's getting everything all settled in down there. But he's hoping to have the first issue of Blue Water out here in the next month or 2. So you're going to see that pop up here real soon.
Oh, cool, man. Yeah, and if you guys want to show anything, man.
No, it's worse now.
Feel free to screen share, man.
Yeah, let me get some stuff loaded up here while you guys are talking.
It's all good. We're kind of doing it freestyle this time, man, because I wasn't around to get everything prepped. I thought we had some people lined up, and I appreciate you guys coming in, man.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I was like, it's like, you got everybody set up. It's like, no, man, I was gone for a week. Will knows what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys don't mind talking some shop, I got some questions for you, Phil. One thing I was noticing, like if I'm gonna if I have a piece of art, let me try to pull something up here. You've seen my drawings, like the gray wash.
Right.
If I gave that to you, would you be able to color over that, or would you?
Oh yeah,
would
definitely, dude.
Okay, so that would be more than enough, or is that too much information for? Because I've never worked with someone else.
That makes things a lot easier on me.
Okay.
A lot of the work that I'm doing with my one buddy I've been doing pieces with in Toronto forever, Greg Kimmett. You met him before.
Yeah.
And he does a lot of full rendered pencils, and he'll send them over to me, and I'll just work right over the top of that and leave as much of the pencils there as possible. Maybe add some ink lines for definition, but yeah, that doesn't make a difference because I work in layers, so I can just throw an opacity of color over the top and work with it from there, man.
All right. Yeah, I was wondering about that because I've never worked with anyone else when it comes to collaborating with art, and I was like, if I do want to get Joe and Sig colored, I'm gonna have to have someone else do it because I just can't, with being colorblind. I just can't, either can't or just don't have time to figure it out right now. And I was wondering.
I kind of guessed that, man. I kind of wondered, man. Yeah, sure. I'm more than happy to help you out, dude. You know that.
Well, yeah, I was going to talk to you. I definitely wanted to see because I didn't know if that was too much for someone to color over or if it was not enough because I don't know how to do the industry style where it's like those heavy blacks with the inks. I'm not quite up on how to do that yet. Like I can go over someone else's stuff, but when it comes to me trying to construct the pencils, I'm kind of like, I do enough pencils to do enough inks to get me to the painting stage where I do the gray wash. So it's like, I don't know if I could give someone my pencils and they'll be able to, do what I do with it because half the information's not even there. Because I do like half the drawing with the inks and then I'm doing more fixing and doing constructing when I'm doing painting. So
right. Yeah, it's not, with the digital age, man, and I work in layers all the time. That's how I build up all my pieces, Like I've said before, it's not unusual for me to have a page where I've got up to like I think probably my top has been about 175 layers on one piece that was full of detail because I just throw everything on separate layers. And it's kind of like, what you do with shading and stuff where I'm just layering like you would like traditionally, like with paints where you're layering over the top and building that hue up and stuff. But in digital, I just lower the opacity of the brush. So all it's doing, it leaves all your nice gray wash rendering is there, man. It's all nice and pristine, man.
Oh, cool. All right.
Okay, and let's see. I guess we have. Okay, we're gonna drop in a few more people. All right, let's make this a party, guys. All right, we got Max back.
I restarted my computer.
Yes.
Yep, there it is. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Right.
There's that.
The magic of restart.
There's that sultry tone that we're used to.
Cool. Now we'll give you the floor for a minute to tell everybody what you got going on, what you're about, man.
Well, we got Mary Machine Gun. It's a Monster Hunter Bad Girl comic book. We crowdfunded it in November and October, one in Indiegogo and one on Kickstarter. Just waiting for all the little fun gadgets and toys to come in with then I can start packing up the packages and shipping them out. We'll be done with fulfillment for this one. And in about March, we'll be launching our new Cyberpunk book.
Oh, cool. Yeah, the Cyberpunk book. I still got to get caught up. Like I said, you know how it's been. I haven't got a chance to catch up with you. I've been out of the loop for a little bit here, man.
I'm just glad you got your hard drive fixed.
Oh, yeah. Well, the original hard drive, no. I was just able to retrieve
you got your stuff.
Data off of it, Will. He's been
Data.
Data.
I was getting a little concerned because I was watching Max's screen and I'm seeing the voluptuous Vampirella in the back, and in the foreground was a container of wipes.
Yeah,
He just moved off camera.
Yeah.
This is cleaning wipes. I'm a
He's also
germaphobe.
where's your Mary machine gun cut out, man?
It's on the other wall over
on
there.
the other wall.
Yeah.
You like the Vampirella, you should see that one, Will, sometime, man.
Let's see if I can move the camera over there. I don't know if the USB is long enough.
I've seen the Mary one.
That one?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. I've seen that one because I interviewed Max.
That's true. He did.
Awesome.
He interviewed me right when I got it.
Yeah, but circle around to what I was saying, man. It's like, yeah, the other hard drive, it was an issue, man. Finally got all the data off it. It would not clone.
Data.
Man. It was not. Hey, you go look at the pronunciation. Do a Google search. Hit the little speaker button, and you'll hear. Okay, I'll say data for the hell of it there. Will that make you happy?
Thank you, Mr. Binar.
Beady. But yeah, so I finally got everything off of that one. It took all week to get it figured out. We had to reinstall Windows on the new drive twice and get it formatted. So because it had a old format for that 2 tera, so I wouldn't have got my 4 tera, full 4 tera off that new drive. So now it's all back to just getting Windows back to where I'm used to it at and in reinstalling everything. So yeah, that's where I'm at with everything right now.
So was it just a bad spot on the hard drive?
Oh, it had bad sectors. It was going. We're lucky we got all the stuff off of it in time, man.
Oh, good timing.
Yeah. I wish it just would have been a little bit sooner, so I would have had it already cloned over and good to go. But you know, shit happens, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got the new cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can show anything off here. Move a lot of stuff out of the way so I can see my other second.
While you're doing that, it looks like I'm bringing in a few other people. I have not met them yet, but we're about to, guys. We have Don Chin. Hello, Don.
What's up, Don?
Bill. Hi, guys. Nice to meet you. I met Will last night, but everybody else is new.
All right, cool. Well, you got Warren over there, and you've got Max over to the other side of you. And yeah, Will up above, and I'm Phil.
Hey, Phil.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah.
And let's see. Go ahead.
I was saying you look like you have stained glass behind you in your photos.
Yeah, that's what I've heard before too. Yeah, it's just a patchwork of different pages and covers I've worked on, man. I just put them all together.
Phil.
I like it.
The Church of Phil.
That's what Kevin called it. It's like it looks like the stained glass thing with like this, like it's pixel color Jesus.
Yeah.
Kneel before Phil.
Okay, there you got your stuff, Max. Up. Okay, there you go.
Yep, there's the. Yep, Neo Tokyo. That's the name of the comic book. It's actually Neo Tokyo : The Truth is a Virus. But,
that was cool.
Yeah. And it's very heavily satirical towards the media and Disney.
That's right. Did you
sold?
Have you had any mice's heads on pikes yet, man?
No, we've got the Disney Corporation, DIZNEE Corporation, read by Ricky Grouse, who is this scumbag rat. Let's see here. There's another pinup.
Yeah, it reminds me like it was back in the day. One of the underground things. There was Mickey Rat there for a while, man.
Yeah.
Who did that?
And this is Professor Crunknuts.
I like the line work, man.
Yeah, that's really sweet.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It's by a guy named Mateus Duarte, he's a very fan. He's a good artist too. I mean, just the work, the detail that he can pull out of something pretty simple is pretty amazing.
When I saw the hair, I immediately thought of Londo from Babylon 5.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. So is that the same artist you had on Mary Machine Gun, or a different guy?
Nope, different guy completely. Fernando Cordiero does the Mary Machine Gun stuff, and this guy Mateus is doing the Neo Tokyo book. That way we can keep Fernando focused on Mary Machine Gun. He's already 12 or 14 pages deep into the 40-page sequel to that.
Awesome.
Nice. Do you plan Mary Machine Gun to be an ongoing, or is there a set end for it?
Well, it's going to be an ongoing thing, but each of our story arcs are going to be 3-issue story arcs.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be like a story arc that's 3 issues, and then the next one will have another different story arc, and it's 3 issues, and we'll have that way. It's easier for me to tell a story. Just there's in 3 acts. Super simple.
Yeah.
Are you following it up with trades?
Once we get all 3 of them done, we'll do a trade paperback. It'll be the director's cut, and some of the stuff that I had to cut out because just for space, and I didn't want to have a 48-page comic book over and over and over again when I could have just did a trade. We'll end up putting them all together and putting them into a trade and adding some pages, some expanding on some scenes, just kind of like if it was like a deleted scene from a movie that got added into your comic book.
Awesome. I can't wait to be checking that out, man.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun stuff to do.
Definitely. Let's Don, yeah, you were one of the people we missed out on earlier today, right?
No, Don was on last night.
Oh, Don was on last night. Okay.
And then he launched his book last night at midnight, was it?
I moved it up, so I did it more like 8 p.m. yesterday, so we would end at a reasonable hour.
Yeah, I did the like 10:30 in the morning thing when I did my Kickstarter, and I was like, that's enough for me to wake up, tell everybody one more time to go help fund it, and then just be done with it.
Yeah. So I was on Pops' show last Monday. It was the very first time I ever met him, and I'm on his Facebook page. And then yesterday, I think you guys had like somebody not show up, so Pops was kind of throwing a Hail Mary out there, and I saw him on his stream, so I said I'll come in for a little bit. So me, Will, and Pops all kind of chatted for a little bit, but I hadn't gone live at that time. It was before I decided to launch it. So yeah, we're officially on Indiegogo right now with X-Farce Reloaded.
Cool. Just a minute. We'll get right back to that, but I need to bring in another person to the party.
Hey,
Will, don't worry.
Hey, Will.
About you. I'm just
Another Will.
I'm pulling levers and flipping switches and all that good stuff. So So go ahead. Tell them what that's about, then, Don.
X-Farce Reloaded is a 48-page full-color X-Men satire anthology book, and we make fun of everything from the 1963 Stan Lee, Jack Kirby X-Men all the way up to the current 2020 House of X storyline. So the stories range anywhere from a few pages all the way up to like 20 pages. And the original book that I did back in the 90s called X-Farce was a spoof of Rob Liefeld's X-Force. And it was with a company called Eclipse Comics that they're the ones that did the adolescent radioactive black belt hamsters, which was kind of the first thing that most people knew that I did. But X-Farce was actually the best-selling satire that I ever wrote, and I think it sold like 60,000 copies back in the day, and which wasn't bad for a black and white book by a couple of people that people didn't know. I
like how the radioactive hamsters was satirical a satirical comic. It's just it's just layering it. It's awesome.
Yeah, I kind of came up with that in college, just kind of doodling because I had a comic book store at the time, and everybody was talking about the Turtles, and I thought this is such a wacky name. I wonder if we took it to the next level, how people would react to it. And lo and behold, it sold as well as I just said. But then everybody and his brother jumped on the bandwagon, and before you knew it, you had like 6 or 7 Ninja Turtle hamsters knockoffs.
Oh yeah.
But it did well. I mean, it's currently it's still owned by Dynamite Comics right now, so they have the license to do whatever they want with the hamsters. If they want me to write another series, I'd be happy to do that. But they're kind of in dormancy, like in a hibernation stage at the moment. So I thought X-Farce would be a fun thing to bring back because, after 2020, we could all use a laugh. And X-Farce is exactly what
I was going to say. I thought that when I was younger, I read an X-Farce comic book, and I didn't know if you'd already done one before, or.
If it was back in the 90s, Max, I think we were the only one.
Yeah, it would have been in the 90s because that's when I was in high school.
We came out with it just like within a year after Liefeld did X-Force for Marvel. I have a trailer. Do you guys want to see it, Phil, or do we have time for that?
Oh yeah, we can add a little in. Yeah.
Okay.
And, also, I say hi to Will.
Hi, Will. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Will. Circle around here in a minute, man. Just hold tight.
Oh no, you're good.
Do you want me to share my screen, Phil? Is that how you like to do it around here?
Yeah.
Hi, Will.
Oh no, that person.
Hi, everybody, I'm still eating. I'll be back.
Fading my panel. What's up with that?
All right. So whenever you're ready, Phil, I'll pull up the campaign page.
There you go.
So this is a 30-day campaign only on Indiegogo, and we've got like a dozen different guys working on it. I'll just go ahead and play the trailer. People seem to like this. This is
Sure, yeah. You can go ahead and full screen it, man.
all right. Should I get the volume?
My name is Professor Baldy, and I run a school for juvenile delinquents. But not just any delinquents. Mine are specially gifted. You might even call them mutants. Trust a few reformed ex-cons. Tangerine. The mighty apple of your eye, Bubba. Jeannie Gray. Beastie Boy. Everybody dance now. Or is it just me? And their friends from X-Files, Cable TV, Eat Remote Control, Frog Face, Garfarel, Meow, Dominoes.
This book has just the right amount of cheese.
And introducing the Newt Mutants. Beware the rest. Magneto, Mistress Piggy, and not at all breaking the fourth wall, Cesspool. Now, Parity Press Comics is back with X-Farce Reloaded #1. Don't miss this extraordinary comics extravaganza with 7-fold color stories of marvelous mutant mayhem. Back this book today for awesome variant covers and original artwork tiers. 48 pages of action and hilarious hijinks by some of comics' funniest talents. Parity Press, making the world laugh again. Only on Indiegogo.
Yeah, there it is, guys.
Nice, man.
That was awesome.
The Patrick Stewart voice sounded like.
Yeah, Patrick Stewart. He hasn't had much work due to COVID, so he did it pretty cheap.
Whoever did that did a very good job of sounding like him, man. That's for sure.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, so the book is it's pretty much completed. We have most of the artwork already colored. We have about 85% of it ready to go. Our goal is very low. This is more of a labor of love just to give back to the fans. And It's not really out there to make money, although it would be nice to break even. So we're our goal was only like under $2,000, and we're almost at like 1,500 our first day. So I'm really hopeful that we'll keep growing as the word gets out. The tiers start at $25 each. We have 3 variant covers. How much time do I have, Phil? I don't want to impede on other people's time. And
we still got we're in still about a half-hour mark. We're fine. This kind of we're doing kind of free form on this one since I wasn't able to get everything thrown together.
Okay.
Time, so.
I'll try to just do like 5 minutes and then let you guys ask any questions, or feel free to interrupt me. So this is the cover that Bill Mouse did. He redrew the old Eclipse cover and he remastered it. So we've got digital coloring, and this is the main cover for the book, which is $25. All our books will come autographed free of charge. So that's the first cover. I don't know if you guys know a guy named Rob Willis. He does Graveyard Shift and Shinobi Sasquatch. He's going to be doing our 3rd variant cover. This is just a sample page of inside the book. This is kind of the Lee and Kirby 1960s story that we have, and our colorist, we asked him to make it look like it was like from an old comic you'd find in your basement.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like that. I like the dirty yellowing page.
Yeah, so he kind of makes it look like it's weathered and aged. And we told them, go with the simple palette. Don't go with like the 2020, millions of colors that you can pull off of Photoshop. So
yeah, online you can find like the old limited palettes from back then, man, and actually just color pick them and use them, man, and get that. That's kind of looks like what he did, because those are pretty darn close to what you would have seen back then.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate to what I remember.
Thanks, guys. We tried to make it look that way. So that's the 10-page story in the beginning of the book. That's the origin of the X-Cons, and then the main story is like this, the X-Farce story, which is 20 pages by Bill Mouse and I, and it basically is a parody of Rob Liefeld's take on X-Force from the 90s. And that's where Cesspool comes in, which is, our take on Deadpool. And we have a stretch goal. It's kind of a pie in the sky stretch goal, which is like 50,000. If by some miracle we hit 50,000, my dream would be to include a Cesspool whoopee cushion to all the backers. So we'll see if that if that becomes a reality. But we just thought a whoopee cushion is something no one ever has done as a perk before.
You be careful, because I was like, when we did ours, we're like, we'll set this goal real high that we think we're never going to hit, and then we'll do a nude Mary shot. We'll never get there. Bam, got there. So it's like,
all you had to do was say nude, and everybody's like, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know.
Underestimate the power of the boobs.
I don't know if everybody wants a nude cesspool, though. I think I lose readers. So anyways, we have different quantities you can buy. You can buy all 3 covers for $75. And then we have a lot of original artwork for sale. So if you're looking for pages or covers or paintings, we have everything starting from $325 on up to like $1,000 or even $1,500 if you want to buy Rob Willis's original artwork. Mike Barron, who you guys might know from.
Oh yeah, he was on yesterday.
Yeah, Mike is a good.
Florida man.
He's been doing parodies. Actually, he did a Punisher spoof for me back in the 90s. So I reached out to him earlier in the year and asked him if he would like to do an X-Men spoof, and he said, yeah, I'll do it. So his take is, what if the X-Men had to have auditions for like off the street, because one of the X-Men named Hunger James ate himself, so they need to like replace him with somebody.
What did you guys say? Something about naked?
Oh,
man, look, it's almost there. 80%.
Segue.
80%, man.
Added another like $100 since I saw it last.
All right, thanks guys. That's awesome. One of the other stories we have is a what if story. Like, what if other companies had had mutants. So if, like, let's say Disney, who we all love, right? If Disney got their hands on the X-Men, you would have basically Ducklops, Mouserine, and then I thought, well, the Beagle Boys would make an awesome Sentinel, right? So that's just kind of a little teaser graphic. And then the thing that I'm really excited about is not only Mark Lewis's, retro cover. This is like cover number 2, which he makes look all tattered and frayed all along the edges. He just really nailed this, in my opinion. He did all the typography, the coloring, and it really looks like an old 12-cent Marvel comic book. And
I like you call it parody press or whatever, because that way no one can say it's not a parody.
yeah, we've never been sued, knock on wood. I mean, we've done like hundreds of parodies, and the only time we ever got a cease and desist was when Marvel noticed we were doing more than one Punisher spoof. So that was like 30 years ago. So I think I might just test the waters and do another Punisher Punisher spoof. I just wanted to bring attention, guys, to this. This is our Colossal Executive box offering, and if you spend $200, you'll get all 3 of the comics signed. You'll get a metal lunchbox with the X-Force team on it, a ceramic mug with the X-Force cover, and then this little nice black and white illustration here. It's a sample of what kind of sketch card you'll get from Bill Mouse. So he'll draw you an X-Force character, or I'm sorry, I should say X-Force character, and that's Tangerine picture right there. So that's pretty much the extent of the tiers, guys. Any questions?
No, I asked earlier. I asked my question earlier.
Yeah, thanks.
I've already seen the campaign, so I was like, just wanted to know if it was related to the thing from the 90s.
Yeah, that's us. We're showing our age, huh?
We all are.
I want a Magneto T-shirt. That's awesome. I'm falling in love with that design.
That's a good idea. We might look into some clothing if one step at a time. It's like we want to do all these cool things, but there's only so much of a limited budget. But
how'd your feed go this morning?
What's that, Will?
You were going to go live this afternoon?
We actually went live yesterday, like at 8 p.m. And so we did a launch show this morning, and it was a good turnout. We had about six to 7 of the creators, kind of like what we're looking at right here, talk about their experience working on the book, and raised a little bit of money on that stream. So I'm just continually keeping myself out there, and I love meeting new guys like you and seeing what you're working on, and I'm really excited to be part of this kind of this underground wave of creators.
Well, it's great work.
Now you get to see somebody else you might not have seen before. We're going to take a look at Will's stuff.
All right.
Yeah, let's talk to Will, man. What you got going
Will missed out last night. He had to work late and couldn't be here for his segment, so I'll make sure he gets some time. I told him, if I get you back out here, bro, I will. There you go.
Appreciate that.
You bet.
All right. So in the month of October, there's a thing called Inktober and days like that where people get up and they draw 31 drawings in the course of 3 days. But I had an interesting idea because I had this weird idea to do like a book where I grew up loving the Universal monsters.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the original Frankenstein and Dracula and all that. But in my head, I'm like, well, of course, apparently they're not public domain because, as far as media goes, because Universal still owns the rights to do books on them and stuff. And so I had to do a little bit of investigation on that before I decided I was going to do my story. And I was going to try to do it from the standpoint of the original characters kind of coming back together because of this character, the Zombie King, that was trying to take over the world. And so if you brought all of these original monsters back together to stop the Zombie King from taking over, well, since they, of course, since they don't own since they own the rights to do it, I decided, I said, okay, well, I'm going to create something myself. So instead, we got Invisible Kid and the Monster Squad source book. And so basically, the idea is like, imagine a kid goes on eBay one day and finds some goggles and a belt that makes him invisible. And so then he decides he's going to go find my version of these monsters so that he can come in and deal with this. Because the Zombie King is trying to come in and take over the world. Case in point, there's Tamra. She's my mummy character. There's a little file on her with some information about her, things like that. And then we've got other characters. There's Frank, my version of Frankenstein. And he's got a sister named Freya, who may look a little bit like the bride of Frankenstein, but my version, it's his sister that is like his surgeon. She kind of keeps him up and going and everything. So his body is continually pulling in electricity. And so she has to keep him siphoned off so that he doesn't get too angry, because if there's too much electricity in his body, he tends to get a lot more irrational because he can't think. So then there's other characters, like this is my Dracula character. His name is Jason. He's my little Dracula character. He's my little skateboarding dude. He basically became a vampire when he was a child, so he never really grew out of his childhood. And of course, as you can kind of see, him and Frank don't get along that well.
Frank ain't playing.
And so then, of course, we have the main bad guy here is the Zombie King. And so basically, he's an archaeologist. He finds this crown called the Crown of the Zombies down in New Orleans. And when he finds this crown, he picks it up and ends up putting it on. Well, when he does, he starts dying because, of course, the crown goes into zombification. So he touches one of his aides, and the aide dies, and he begins to get a little bit more life back. So that his goal is to stay alive by touching people, basically turning them into zombies, so that he can gain a bit of their life force off of them.
I like that somebody I've been waiting to see that, where somebody took zombies back to the original instead of just like the plague thing that you see now, man. I like that old school, the Zombie King and the supernatural end of it and everything. That's really cool, man.
And then I've even got a backup story in here about Sherlock Homeboy. He's one of my characters I've written about in other books. And so Sherlock Homeboy is like my take on Sherlock Holmes.
No way.
So that's my latest project. Of course, I've got some other things. I've got a book called The Pencil Ninja Adventures, Volume 2, Breaking Down the Walls. This is the first part of a story about a character by the name of Harbinger that got to play part of got to play part of a Pathfinder campaign. I said, what if we had a monk that was just huge? It looked like he could just, break down walls literally by punching them, but he was trying to become a man of peace. So kind of some different ideas there with that. Like this is the final picture of him at the end of it all.
Level 1 barbarian, level 7 monk.
That's right.
I love the artwork on that stuff too.
Thank you. And then this is more of a prose work. This is the first part of something called Pennsylvania's Creepy Tales. I did a story I did my version of Headless Horseman, and then I also did my version of Three Little Pigs. So there's no actual other artwork other than the cover. It's just prose. And then this is Your Life Matters. This is one of my favorite books I've ever written. Just trying to tell people that they matter no matter where they're at in life, no matter what they're going through, no matter what they've heard about themselves, that they matter. So show you a couple pictures out of it real quick.
Need more positivity like that right now, man.
So, like this guy here, this is Pistol Ninja, of course, dressed as a superhero.
Cool. I like that design.
Yeah.
That's just some different art I've done. I always try to do stuff. I grew up in the time of Fat Albert and G.I. Joe and Transformers and He-Man, where you always had these little morals. And so I
At
always
the
want
end
to
of
try to
every
find
subject,
ways
yeah.
to teach things while you're doing stuff. And of course, another favorite one, obviously Santa's a spy. So when I was a kid, I always tried to figure out, like, I don't understand, you know, how does Santa Claus get all these places? This is one of the pictures I did of him on his bike.
There you go.
Heck yeah.
Now,
That's
all
way
this stuff
better.
can be found on William's Amazon page, which is scrolling across the ticker right there.
Yeah, I shared it out.
He's been out here before with me, and I checked out his stuff, man, and it's definitely on the queue for the kids' reading materials, you know.
I'm not going to have any stimulus check left.
Wait, you got a stimulus check?
Oh, wow.
He's already getting one. Wow.
Mother bleeper, all I got was a free ice cream cone from McDonald's.
I'm like, who do you know? Who do you know?
You know some people here and there, make some phone calls, you know.
I actually know someone that got their $600 already.
I was in Walmart the other day, dude, and there were people going nuts in there with their envelopes and different things like that. A whole bunch of people with the envelopes from the bank. They were just going to town buying stuff in Walmart. And I was just like, okay.
What are they going to do when their check never shows up?
Well, no. These were checks that had already hit their account.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now, I guess, Pops, you said we can still linger on past.
Oh, you guys can go as long as you want. I got to start my other stream in 10 minutes. So.
Okay, and then if we want, we can like drop through that way, right?
You can drop in on there after you're done here. You guys can stay out here as long as you want, man. CRoM Con is live.
So okay, we'll do this then. I'm gonna do the shameless. I'm gonna do the shameless bill plug too, since we're all talking about projects, and then we'll get
it's your show, bro.
Hey, you know, well, this isn't just for me. This is for people I'm working on stuff with too. But of course, we got naked cannibal campers.
This is definitely not for all ages, so it's appropriate time for this one.
This is all ages appropriate. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I can't hear it. I can't hear it.
That's because Phil's volume's just trash.
Can you hear the naked now?
Sort of. There we go. Sexy women witches.
The scattered TNA, what do you need volume for?
I want to hear the creepy music.
I want Bill to do the narration. Naked cannibal campers.
Naked cannibal campers.
You definitely know what you're getting.
Book near you.
So what's it about, Bill?
You gotta use some kind of a warning there, though. Don't go in the forest, because then you know everybody will.
But yeah, this is one that I got a chance to work on. I was working on. Let's see, doing the color work for this cover that they've got going on for one of the alternative covers. But yeah, this is by Dave Sumi. Really cool guy. He just launched this last night, which is cool that he's already at 80% funded, which is awesome.
Yep, you get to have fun selling the book now. That other 20% will come easy. You get to have fun selling the book.
Oh, wait till he puts up when we get to the stretch goal, and he has the Tim Vigil cover that he's got lined up, man.
That's what I'm saying. The other 20% ain't even going to be an issue. You guys get to have fun selling the book now. There ain't going to be no, Are we gonna get to? Are we gonna get there? Are we gonna get there? You know you're gonna get there, so you get to enjoy yourself.
Oh yeah, Dave.
You
Dave
know.
had some anxiety going last week leading up to it. And there's the cover with the, and there is the wraparound cover that they got going on for it too, which is like a fully painted piece there.
Yeah, the wraparound. That's the one that Javier Lugo did, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the one you did the colors on is the one that is going to be the get your image on the cover.
Right. Yeah. Let me see.
Is that the Lugo naughty variant? I got that one.
I believe that's the one. The wrapper, was it the wraparound?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a wraparound.
Okay. I thought that was the one.
Max didn't care. He just wanted the naughty nudie cover.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was the
And
one.
there's lots of those covers in this in this campaign. So
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, you
I
got
was
all these.
I was rolling through trying to figure out which one to choose.
The variations there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now myself. It's such decisions.
There's some of the more subdued covers. Well, not all of them, but yeah.
no, half of them.
Half of them, yeah.
Well, that's a buy like 6 covers deal too.
They're only half naked there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. When the name of the book is Naked Cannibal Campers, I don't think subtlety really goes much into it at all.
Nope.
Oh yeah.
And it's a B movie too.
Yeah, it's based on a they did
film.
kind of a retro 70s, 80s horror kind of B movie schlocky.
What do you think?
Which is pretty good, man. I was actually impressed with the budget on it. It's good. It's got good humor, based pieces in it. It involves the witches, of course, and there's a warlock that's dealing with fighting against them and stuff. It's really cool. It's a fun project to work on. I guess I'm going to be working on some more of that, so that's cool. And then let's see. Then I am also working, not that page because that was the wrong one. But yeah, working on a project over at Silverline Comics. It's based on a old Malibu Comics title that's rebooted called White Devil. And it's based like kind of the best way to describe it is it's like Red Dead Redemption meets Dragon Age. So it's kind of post-apocalyptic. You got a little bit of Western flavor in it because the writer based it a little bit on like the Seven Samurai and the Magnificent Seven. And then, of course, add in the dragon parts with it too. Here's one of the
Those guys are getting ready for CRoM Con after hours right there.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be token with the dead, baby.
Well, we're going to be token.
Hey, you never know. Somebody could fall out. It's been a weird year. Benjamin, those guys always hurting themselves. You never know what's going to happen.
All right, well, that's what I've been getting onto here lately. I got a few things in the works yet. We'll see how that goes. I'll talk about that more. But now, back to all you guys, man. We'll have some general discussion going on, man. And we can talk about, some of the process, man. How
Okay, hold up.
I can say one thing.
Hold up. I got to go set up my next segment. Okay, guys. I want to thank all you guys. Phil, Will, you guys have been awesome. I'll see you guys in a little bit when you come over to the other stream. Warren, always great to see you. Max, love you, brother.
It's a pleasure, Pop.
Don, we'll be talking more.
Thanks, Pop.
Will, keep doing what you do, brother. Next generation needs you.
Yeah.
Appreciate
we'll
that.
see you over there, man, with token supplies in hand, man.
Right on, everybody. Thank you for watching CRoM Con. We appreciate you in the madness.
All right.
Peace.
All right. Get you there in a few, man.
Bye-bye.
But Phil, today I finally sent the payment and everything to Ed Benez to do the cover on Mary Machine Gun issue 2.
Hold it. You did what now? Excuse me.
Oh, I paid Ed Benez today to do the cover for Mary Machine Gun 2.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, nice.
Yep, that'll be good shit.
We lost a couple. We lost Don.
Oh.
He's like, I don't know, the naked cannibal campers.
I'm out.
But yeah, that was cool stuff that he had, though, man. I was digging on that retro feel of that book and everything.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
So yeah, dang it, now I'm at a loss for words. Imagine that.
Yeah, somebody was saying something about liking the fact, because I couldn't see faces when they were talking about it earlier because I was on the screen, but somebody said it was interesting to see zombies kind of go to that more supernatural level as opposed to just the old school apocalypse thing.
Oh yeah, that was me. I've been waiting to see. It's been that way for a while. It's like it's all plague zombies, man. I want to see the old school Zombie King,
Magic zombies,
supernatural, all that kind of thing, man.
voodoo zombies, and
Well,
all
I figure
that
you
shit.
couldn't get much more mystical in location in New Orleans.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's just kind of as the story worked up. And I kind of did the source book because at some point that way I have something to go back on look at when I'm actually creating the comic for it.
Right, yeah.
And each one of those heroes you have, there's a spin-off waiting for each one of them. Like, with the Dracula character, each one has its own series, seems like, with backstory. So, yeah, you have so many different avenues to go off with that source book.
So I do like options.
Yeah, we were looking at doing Dracula and all that type of thing, and like Dracula's cool. You can call it the creature. There's a couple other ones that are okay. Like you can have like a mummy, as long as you don't call it the mummy.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's like Tamrai is my mummy from ancient Egypt, and her bad guy actually is Spy Draxica, because she's like part spider, part scorpion.
Yeah.
And so they were guards together, they grew up together, and then there was a betrayal. And so, of course, Sparaxia blames her, she blames her, and in the process of their fight, she lost an arm. So the cool thing about what brought her back to life was that it gives her armor to create the other arm, but it's only as long as she's wearing the pendant. When she rests, she only has her one arm, so she's always reminded of that fight.
Yeah.
So do you do all of your books then, Will? Do you do like?
I do. They say there's the thing the one man show. So I try to do. The plan is to try to do about 2 a year, but that way it gets me to slow down, actually focus, and make sure I'm putting out really quality products as well.
Right. Well, it looks like you have a good amount of cool stuff there, man.
Yeah, eventually I'd like to do a Kickstarter. I was talking to some friends about it earlier, and I have this idea in my head for twisted like fairy tales, but not twisted, but twisted in the mind of an 8-year-old. Because everything comes out of the head of Pencil Ninja when I write. It's like Pencil Ninja's like a little 8-year-old sugar-powered robot boy. And so I imagine what he's like telling the stories and creating his own stories. So that's where a lot of these stories come from. So it's like, what if, Little Red Riding Hood, ended up training with her grandma to be a martial artist. And so then when the wolves show up, it's her versus this mob of wolves as they kidnap grandma because grandma bakes cookies. And so she has to continue her training and then come back and like fight the werewolves to get her grandmother back.
Cool. I like the little twists you put on stuff like that, man. That's definitely cool, dude.
I'll buy anything with a werewolf in it.
Yeah, I think that's that werewolves are probably my favorites when it comes to that, man. I'm kind of the vampires thing. I was into that for a while, but I kind of got burnt out. You know how it goes through segments where you'll see a lot of certain things for a little bit,
Yeah, because it was vampires and then it was zombies. Because you had like stuff like Anne Rice and everything back in the 90s.
And it was Twilight, but that's a whole other issue.
Right. Yeah, before that it was werewolves for a while. You had The Howling and American Werewolf in London and all that kind of thing.
You seen the movie Ginger Snaps?
That's an interesting movie. That's an
Yeah.
interesting twist on it.
I like it. It was pretty good. I mean, it's an older movie, but we were talking werewolves, and it was something I just saw again recently, and I was like, you know what, this movie kind of holds up. I really liked it. The werewolf seems brutal. I mean, it's done well. Or
we got a message to make sure to play the commercial at the end of this. So,
Yeah. What's your favorite kind of monsters, Warren?
I was always a big fan of Frankenstein. I like the kind of tragics, I really love the Robert De Niro Frankenstein, the movie they did there, because it was kind of showing him as much of a tragic character. He's like almost like an anti-hero at times. Like he didn't ask for it. I've always been a huge Frankenstein fan.
Oh, yeah.
I do like some mummies though too.
Yeah, I started out with those, man, for sure, man. Frankenstein was one of my favorites when I was growing up, man.
You remember that movie where they brought them all together, and what was it called? It had like
the Monster Squad.
Yeah,
it's like the Monster Squad.
Oh, I love that movie.
Kick him in the nards.
The Wolfman's got nards.
That movie was amazing.
You watch that? If you watch that and you watch it now, and it's like rated PG. At the very end of that movie, it's got Dracula like calling a little girl a bitch, all this stuff. you're like, man, they really softened up. If that was PG back in the day, that'd be like rated R these days.
I'm about to say you didn't have like what is it, NC-17 ratings then either.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I remember before there was the ratings. Well, you had a couple, man. You still had, and they're a very wide spectrum of what they considered for each one, G to PG to R. That was about all we had. And
yeah, you didn't have a PG-13 either.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, PG-13 came later. I know
And
that.
it used to be like R was like there was a nipple. If it was R, you're like, okay, there's gonna be a nipple somewhere in this movie. Popping out.
Or they drop an F-bomb.
Yeah.
And PG, you were allowed 3 boob shots per movie. No, I don't know. It was pretty lenient, man, back then with the PG rating.
Yeah, I mean, look at some of the movies like, Monster Squad, The Burbs. That movie was pretty disturbing.
Well, that Tom Hanks movie.
Yeah, it was funny, but it was still disturbing.
Oh yeah. So
Definitely wouldn't let little Timmy go see that one.
So Will, do you like work do you work strictly traditional or do you work traditional and digital?
I primarily work traditional, and then I just use my scanner and scan in the images. Now with color work, yes, if I'm coloring something, I'm definitely going to work digital because it's a lot quicker for me, I feel like, than trying to figure like different markers and things like that. So it just works a lot better to go digital if I'm coloring something. But for the most part, I try to do black and white for more of the price point.
Yeah, and plus it's a lot less mess coloring with digital, man. I know that for sure. I don't know how much clothes I've ruined through the years using paints, and it just gets everywhere.
Yeah, I do enjoy burning through sketchbooks, putting ideas together, and telling my story through images, and then going back and writing what I need to write, because that's usually my format. I tend to draw out everything first and then write it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I try to lay out everything at least on my own little kind of scratched out layouts before I put down much words. I'm playing everything in my head like a movie when I'm trying to come up with a story.
Mm-hmm.
Do you work mainly digital, don't you, Warren?
Yeah, I do all of my finished pencils through to the done on digital, but I do mostly all my planning and stuff. That's all done on paper, even though I'm practicing more on physical to start being able to do more on physical. But yeah, I do primarily all digital right now.
Oh yeah. What are you using? What tablet kind of tablet you using?
I have the 21-inch Huion tablet. I forgot what it was called. It's like
The
it's
canvas?
yes, the canvas, the 21-inch canvas or 22-inch.
Is that the one with the screen that you're drawing directly on?
Yes, sir.
Yep. I'm so jealous.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Me too. I'm still using a Wacom 4 Pro yet, but I don't know. Like I always said, it's like thanks to many years of hand-eye coordination playing video games, I've adapted over, man. It's not that bad.
I like it myself. I like it. It's helped build up my confidence in the pencil stage because I'm allowed to, like before you do a drawing and it's like, okay, so the hips on this girl are right, but the head's too big. I made my neck too long. The arms aren't quite right. So but on digital, I'm allowed just to go through and fix all that in that pre-stage. And it's helped me out quite a bit, progress my art.
Right, even to the point like where do you take in just cut through certain areas and then do some moving around of certain area. You know, you want the arm a certain way, so you basically detach it and move it around. Maybe do some warping or stretching and get it right where you want it at. Or
oh yeah, yeah. I'll go through and I'll put it on there, and then when I first start, it's really just some really sort of silhouette scratches because I build from a silhouette kind of form. And then I start doing a layer on top of more of a cleaner pencil, more form, shape, more details. And then from there, sometimes I'll take an arm and I'll put it on a separate layer, cut it on its own layer, and move it around and get it to where I want it to be in this sort of beginning pencil stage and move it all. Yeah, I move stuff around all the time.
Right. Yeah, that's one thing. Find it a lot easier with digital, like, and the undo, man.
Oh yes.
It's so helpful, man. Because when I used to do just some plain ink work and stuff, man, this is like even pre-comic stuff, man. I just do work in ink and stuff. Because yeah, I do more than colors, but just I haven't really got around to that too much of that, you know, recently because I'm just busy doing color stuff, man. Which is cool.
Hey, do whatever works there. Do it.
Hey, people seem to like it. I just did it because when I got into comics, it was one of the easier ways for me to adapt over what I was already doing and getting used to a collaborative process with the team and stuff. And it just kind of stuck, and people liked that, so I kind of just went with it, you know. And
you have any plans for any of your own stories that you want to run?
Me, yeah, I've got quite a few up in my head. I've got I've talked to a writer buddy of mine, man, and I've thought about touching base with a few other writers, man, but I've got a few things kind of plotted out, man, like
You don't want to give up any of your story ideas?
Either that or he's got like the little tack board where he's got like the multiple different things up, and he's like, which one of these projects do I want to talk about? I got like 100 of them with strings.
Oh, I know. I'm starting to fill up spiral notebooks with ideas for different stories. It's like, it's like I keep reminding myself, it's like I'm on like a 2-year, 3-year project right now, and it's like, well, yeah, when I'm done with that, I've got story number 2, getting already pre-planning and starting to put stuff down for, and getting ready on story number 3 and 4 and 5 all the way down.
Mm-hmm. I don't know exactly when Mary Machine Gun 2 will be done, but we lost.
Oh no! What happened?
I don't know. We lost Will.
He probably kicked himself out.
Back in.
He probably kicked himself out.
So here's a question while we're waiting to get him back in. Anybody seen Wonder Woman 84 yet?
I have.
Yes, I have.
What were your thoughts on it? I'm just curious. I'm not quite brave the whole idea of spending more money on another streaming service to watch a movie.
It was uneven tonally.
Yeah, that's a really nice way to put it. I think it ended kind of flat.
I think it started silly. It started Batman 67 with or something from the 80s for real with the way it was shot, and Wonder Woman's beating people up and that guy gets knocked through the drum and spinning around on the hoop. And all that stuff. It's like real slapsticky comedy, and then it tries to like take it in this totally different direction of where you're supposed to care about this guy that she wished back into existence.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people yelling and screaming about the whole controversy about the fact that Steve Trevor his spirit is in another dude's body.
Yeah.
So when they hook up, it's like, so is she hooking up with Steve Trevor, or is she hooking up with the dude whose body Steve Trevor's spirit just happens to be in?
Now, I will say this: if Gal Gadot needs a body to house her ex-boyfriend,
oh dear,
I will volunteer. Yeah, I thought. That part did kind of stick out weird, especially with how principled and warrior type Wonder Woman should be. I guess you could argue, since it was in the 80s, this is kind of a reason why she's so principled, is going through and having to face the sacrifice decision. Because, and we're not spoiling anything for you, or a spoiler alert.
No. Trust me. Here's the thing. I'm going to watch it regardless at some point. I don't know if it'll be me buying the DVD or Blu-ray if they decide to do it, because Warner's been saying for a while they're going to get rid of producing physical media.
Yeah.
Costs money. They're just going to stream it. It's going to cost you $15 a month. And, you know, it might actually work out, because me and my wife were talking about it. And if they can do enough numbers, then they will offset the cost of ticket sales for like people just paying $15 for, like, say there's a movie that comes out that you wouldn't have been seeing, you know, and at the movie theater. They still got your $15.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like the budget for Wonder Woman was right around $200 million.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah, they've hit like 118 million, and a bunch of the critics are just like, how many subscriptions are you going to have to get that are committed to stay with the service beyond that first month to make that money back?
Yeah, because they're not releasing anything else, I don't think, until March.
All their movies this year are going to go directly. They're going to go out to the theaters for theaters that are open, and then they're going to go to HBO Max as well.
Yeah, like
here's something to wrap your noodle around. HBO originally was supposed to be movies that were at the theater were supposed to be able to be played at a specific time on your TV. That was the original plan for HBO many, many, many years ago.
Yeah.
That's why it's called home box office.
Right.
Because it was going to be something you could watch, like movies that were coming out, you could watch it at home. And they never really got the new movies. That new movie part never happened, but they got the older films that had just left the theaters, and then that was good enough for them. So I always thought that was kind of interesting, because now they took them 50, 60 years, but now they're doing it.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting, though, because they're going to have an escalating tab. Like, how much money did King Kong cost to make? And is it going to bring on that many more subscribers? How much money did, what was it, the James Bond movie is going to be released on HBO Max?
You don't need to add
Suicide Squad.
The new Dune movie.
You don't need to add subscribers as long as you maintain a specific level of subscribers. I mean, because for a while there, Netflix was making like what, $600 million a month or something like that.
Yeah, some ridiculous amount of money, some dumb amount of Netflix level money.
I mean, so you can risk a couple flops making that much money a month, anyways. When people.
Well, the sadder part is that Wonder Woman 84 has now beat out both Batman v Superman and Harley Quinn, the Emancipation of Birds of Prey, the Emancipation of Harley Quinn, as the worst rated movies by Rotten Tomatoes and the worst as far as money made off the movies.
Yeah,
that's saying a lot.
I don't know how much it says because I mean you know it's COVID now. Everyone's
Yeah.
what I think everyone said is that they dumped off a subpar movie onto a streaming service so they could kind of hide it, like you know it's like they're kind of hiding their shame, and I think there might be a little bit of truth to that because like I don't think they would have got away with it if they would have put this in theaters. I don't think
Yeah, I
people.
can't imagine it tested well with audience, like with those closed-in audience testers. I can't imagine
Yeah.
it did well.
No, not at all.
Don't get me wrong, though. I will say though, I don't think it's fair. I will not. It is. It's in my opinion, it is not worse than Justice League or Batman v Superman. Those movies were messes, and that was on an editing level, and that was on a construction level. This film was well put together, and at times it did look really beautiful. It's just there was some missteps, and there was also it just seemed like there was action, but it was like you said, it was like how'd you put it? It was very cartoony. Like even the last fight scene with Cheetah, one, I couldn't even tell that was Kirsten Wiig anymore. And two,
Yeah.
I don't think she punched her that entire fight. It was like she hit herself with the wings, and then she got her in the water when she tried to run away from her, and then she shocked her because she's obviously was way more OP than Cheetah was. And then the ending, and it was like, I don't know. I thought they could have done a much better fight with those two. Could have spent a little money on that, give us some action, and then give us the emotional feel-good ending that they had on there.
Yeah, I mean there were some places where you could tell that they did some reshoots. I mean, I know that they said they did reshoots on it anyways, but you could see just the quality. I don't know if it was just if it was the quality where the quality of the video like just looked worse. I don't know. It just seems that there's just that's what I'm saying. It's tonally, it's everywhere. It was just tonally variable. It starts out slapstick funny, and then it goes into a romance story, and then it kind of goes into some action stuff, and then it
deals with some heavy subject matter, and it glosses over it. You know? And it just kind of like,
And didn't they have like a thing at the very beginning where it was like little Diana, where it was Diana was a little girl and Themyscira, and they were doing the Olympics and everything again, basically. Because I remember there was a big controversy because Warner wanted Patty Jenkins to cut that scene. She was just like, it's running too long as it is. Why aren't we just cut that? Because we had the first movie to establish how she was growing up on Themyscira. Why do we need this in the film?
I could see why they wouldn't want it in there because honestly, it didn't drive home the point of the moral of the movie. Like it was essentially
it told you the moral of the movie.
Yeah, but it didn't do a good job.
No, not at all.
Yeah, because it was like her and they're in a part of this like decathlon, and the last part of it they're on horseback, and she makes a mistake and falls off her horse, and she misses one of the relays, and she like uses this aqueduct to slide down, gets back on her horse, and then wins the race. But right before she wins, the trainer stops her, and her mom tells her, you can't win that way. But at the same time, it's like it didn't do a good job of dealing with what the subject matter of the story was, with her having to choose between her personal love of him and then also the duty that needs to be done with everything that was going on. And it didn't do a good job of it all. They could have cut it, and it would have been completely forgettable. Like I would have not heard the phone call.
You could have almost waited for a Blu-ray special edition, and you could have had that clipped on at the beginning, or you could have had its own separate story as Diana learns a very valuable lesson about getting things the right way.
Yeah, like she should have. They could have done it where she had to, as a child, make a decision that put the Themyscira above her own personal deal.
Yeah.
And instead, it was like she just cheated in a race. And really, I mean, she didn't really. I mean, and personally, I think they should give her points for creativity because it was clever how she slid her way through there.
That's what I thought too.
And also, here's something else to consider too. Remember back in the day, and Pixar has done this really well, when they have the little shorts before the movie.
Yeah.
You could have literally had that be a short, and then introduced the movie. Like you could have had a short
Yeah,
there,
that would have been actually pretty cool.
and then you could have done like your trailers. You could have done like a short. Started off with the short, do your trailers in between, and then go straight into the film.
Yeah.
And have her kicking butt in the middle of the mall.
And that mall fight scene was just, I don't know, way too much wire work.
You see, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I was watching it, and I'm like, okay, is this bad wire work or bad CGI?
Like, we know Wonder Woman is like a demigod. We get it, but
the way she jumps, it's like it's so video gamey. It's just the way it looks. You haven't seen it, but when you do, you'll be like, wow, it just seems like a video game jump.
I watched Cobra Kai. I finished up all of Cobra Kai season 3. And there's a scene, they went back and did a behind the scenes thing. They did that Netflix after party deal. And so they talked about a scene in the second season where you see Sam, she runs up, jumps, grabs this guy's back, and like flips out and does a spin kick and kicks like all the other dudes around him. And it was cool because it didn't look wire work. It didn't look wire work type. It didn't look like it until you saw her do the kick and you realize, yeah, they lifted her up with the wire thing. She jumps the guy, grabs it. He starts spinning into it so that she looks like she's actually delivering the kick.
Oh, wow.
And then they all fall down and she starts fighting and squaring up with whoever is near her. And it's just crazy because it's just like, they were like talking about how the wire work was such a cool thing for them, but they didn't want to overdo it because these people aren't supposed to be superhuman. They're just supposed to be normal people. And so I think sometimes with Wonder, and you look at those fights in Karate Kid and the Cobra Kai stuff, some of those fights are really cool and staged well. And I think all you have to do with Wonder Woman is you don't need her leaping and jumping all the way. Like, just have her moving faster than everybody else.
You're kind of like Captain America on the Winter Soldier.
Oh my gosh, those fights were breathtaking.
Oh yeah, like get that kind of choreography where you feel the weight of a punch and you feel the kick, and she moves a little bit more naturally, and yeah.
I saw a trailer for a new movie done by the same guy who did the John Wick series, and the name of the movie is called Nobody.
Oh, that looks so good.
Dude, like it's literally like it's kind of like what would happen if John Wick's uncle. so you think I'm bad? You should see my uncle when you piss him off. It's just like it's like this dude married, got like 2 kids at home, and all this stuff, and he puts them in the safe room. He's like, "Don't call 911." It's like, oh no, this is gonna get bad for y'all. Y'all are messing with the wrong dude.
I saw behind the scenes they were talking about the making of that, and the lead actor, the guy that was from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, he's been training for 2 years to get ready to do this role, learning like hand to hand, learning guns, getting in shape to make sure that he can do as much as possible when they were filming the action scenes.
That's I can't think of his name now.
Odenkirk. He was Sal in Breaking Bad.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. He's been training for a couple of years to get ready for this role. It's awesome. That's something that's great in cinema lately is we're getting a lot of better fight choreography for action. And it's showing all the way through. Yes, Bob Odenkirk.
That's crazy. Like I saw that trailer, I was just like, I don't know. Like back in the day, growing up, it was Charles Bronson.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, why do y'all mess with this dude? Like every time y'all mess with this dude and y'all mess with his family, he's gonna come back and beat everybody. And then we had a period of time where it was like
square block of people.
Yeah, I'm not for sure. Yeah, computer wigged out there for a second. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
But anyway, so yeah, and then for a while it's like Bruce Willis.
Oh yeah.
And Bruce Willis is kind of that guy. And then now
And
it's like
he was in Death Wish too.
Yeah, they did a remake of Death Wish, and he played the main character. I'm just like, well, that's full circle.
Liam Neeson kind of filled that role for a bit too. With
Yeah, Liam Neeson with the taken stuff.
Yep. The most irresponsible father since Goku.
Oh God! Look, you can't totally blame Goku. He did hit his head when he landed on Earth.
Oh.
Alrighty. Well, I guess Phil's not coming back, and I'm going to take off.
Not.
So I will talk to you guys later.
Somebody showed a commercial, I guess. I hope. Well,
I don't have it. I don't
have it either, so we're not going to be able to. It doesn't look like. I mean, I'll try texting Phil and see if he's able to come back.
Okay. Well, you guys have a wonderful night. I'm gonna shut this down just because I don't know what's going on with my screen, but it's not letting me get back in. So.
All right. Yeah, I'll shut everything down here from when I hear back from Phil real quick. And
all right.
I guess. Well, if you're gonna take off too, Max. First, Will, it was very nice meeting you, and I hope I can talk to you more in the future.
Yeah. You're
Definitely.
Cool.
All right. Well, y'all take care. I'm gonna jump out so I can get this fixed. Y'all have a good one. Okay.
All right. Peace, man.
Peace.
I guess if you're going to take off too, Max, I guess we'll just shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one to run the commercial, so we don't have anything to run.
Yeah, all right. Well, it was a pleasure talking to you, man, and I'm looking forward to getting Mary Machine Gun when you start sending out those PDFs. And
yep, the PDF will start. We're going to release the PDF the day that we drop the first packages off at the at the post office.
Oh, excellent. Cool.
So it'll be here in maybe a couple weeks.
All right.
Well,
you have yourself a good night, man.
You too.
Thank you for everyone for watching CRoM Con. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself, and everyone have a wonderful night.
Peace out.
Peace.